Hello, everybody! If it's Wednesday, it's Warhammer, and that must mean it's time for another episode of Warhammer Weekly. Joining me, as always, is my only co-host. It's Tyler. What's up, buddy? How you doing?
Good to be here. Good to see everybody.
I'm hoping eventually that I can just trick people into a sort of Berenstain Bears type of universe situation where they
Mm.
think that you and Tom are the same person. It'll be like the end of 30 Rock, so I'm excited for
Sure.
it. Also joining us this week, first time we've had her on the show, and I couldn't be more excited. Alice from Goonhammer. Alice, how you doing? Good to have you on the show.
It's a pleasure to be here. Hey, everybody.
We are going to be going through all of our hopes, our dreams, our wishes, our wants, our tinfoil hat theories, our
Potentially our
nightmares.
fears.
There you go. Yes.
Indeed, yeah.
About the upcoming balance change slash FAQ, if there's two separate things or one thing. Who knows? I don't know until it happens, but I guess we'll find out. So we're going to do that as our main topic. But of course, first, some news.
News, rumor engine. It certainly appears to be our least favorite faction. I'm going to rope you in, Alice. I'm just going to assume that you don't like Fire Slayers either. Is that a safe assumption?
It's a pretty good assumption, yes.
All right. 3 for 3. Sorry, Fire Slayers players. You should be used to it by now. Yeah, Fire Slayers, yeah? Is that what we're seeing here?
Totally. It's a Fire Slayer axe thing.
It's no question in my mind.
Yep.
Um,
So this is
Yep.
their... I called the one new character with the Ideneth, right? I'm going to do the same thing again. I'm on this train. I think what we're going to get is they're going to try to roll the books out quickly, and because they want to get, like, clearly the books are very different, right, for 3.0.
Mm.
And so my suspicion is we're going to follow this Nurgle pattern for the most part, right? Where it's like a character and then your 3.0 book. And so I think this is a new Fire Slayers character thing. That's my guess. That's my guess.
Checks out, yeah.
I mean, it's the safest way to introduce something.
I will say that for the Fire Slayers, I was completely stumped as we went through the what we hoped. So Alice, here's my question: if you were going to make one change and only one change to Fire Slayers in the new book, what would that one change be?
Volkites need to be overhauled or severely underpriced.
Okay.
They, if I'm remembering the correct one, because unfortunately all their names are very similar.
The
but
non-Hearthguard foot troops that don't have guns.
That's the one. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm starting to remember them. The Volkites. It's like there's not really any reason to take them. The Shooty Boys got a little bit better with the monster meta and all that. So there's at least a reason to take some of those. But the Hearthguard Berserkers, they just do the same job in every way, but better.
Yep. Agreed. They need to pull an, I mean, this isn't exactly the same, but they need to pull an Iron Jaws, right? And all I mean by that is when you look at the Iron Jaws book, the book as it was published, not the FAQ where they decided to ruin the beautiful balance that existed between the three units, right? But all three units had a clearly defined role, right? Like there was your sort of melee hammer, your fast, like chaffy kind of anvil, and then your big spongy lots of wounds anvil, right? That could refresh real easy. It was so easy to read what each of these three melee units or foot units, I guess, whatever you want to call them, were supposed to do. And Fire Slayers have they almost have the same number of kits. So there's no reason we can't make an interesting army out of this, right? Like we can do this. just actually think and define the roles. That's it. That's all there is to it.
Yeah.
Certainly, and if there's an army that's lacking a lot of what one would consider core roles in other armies, Fire Slayers are definitely up there.
Yep, completely agreed. All right, what else we got in the news?
Yeah, another engine, the Advent engine has started up. So we're going to get, if I read it correctly, a image per day over the next 24 days.
Yes.
Starting with what looks like craft worlds, of course, have been much desired, long desired by the 40K community.
Mm-hmm.
Got a little, yeah, circle craft world image, little iconography going on with today's article drop. So that'd be cool to see. Maybe we'll get that in the new year, early in the new year.
Some kind of 40K elf thing. I agree with your decision. And here's what I'll say. When we do these advent calendar things, oftentimes they're doing 25 images. We've had some pretty clear signals. Like last year, I will remind everybody that we got the very clear, oh, we've got a witch hunter coming. Right? We saw Jelson Derek or whatever his name is, the dude from Curse City. The box set, We Dare Not Speak Its Name. Right?
Sure.
But you know, that was revealed in this sort of advent calendar thing. So just saying, I want to see some cool stuff. Because my hope is that, like, although I would rather they roll books out quickly and do the kind of one model with them, my hope is we do get a couple interesting line refreshes. Skaven. I'm just saying, if I had to pick one randomly, just completely, just total dart at the wall, random choice, probably Skaven. Just saying. All right. What else we got?
Did give a Skaven confession to you a couple of nights ago, which I regret, but we'll just move on. So let's see. Battle Forces going on pre-order this Saturday. We've got, what, 4 of them? Let's look here.
Yes, we have 4 of them.
We heard
4
the
per
prices.
game.
210
okay,
US.
Yes.
210.
And 130 for maybe the one British person watching us.
Oh yeah, sure. in GBP. Yeah, so like 210 was honestly a little better than I was expecting, is my honest answer. I think especially if you're purchasing from somewhere where you've got 10, 20, 25% off as many places give, that's a pretty square deal to get into one of those armies. That means you're picking up, in most cases, we'll just round it off and say about 1,000 points of each army. I understand there is actually variance there. Some are a little more, some are a little less. And you know, you're getting about 1,000 points of your army for not a bad price, frankly. And especially in the case that, as I've said before, the Soulblight Gravelords one is a standout, as it's just full of kind of everything you would probably want anyways. I mean, the Slaanesh one is questionable because I don't know how much you want to purchase any Slaanesh stuff. I guess if you love the models, rules will change over time. That's what I'll say.
Yeah, we have an analysis on the we did an analysis on the different boxes, and my general consensus was, aside from the Soulblight Gravelords one being phenomenal, the other ones were pretty solid if you wanted to start those factions, but I had to look at it from the perspective of not how good the factions were, it's do you want to start it.
Yeah, which is a fair lens, right? Like, if somebody really loves Slaanesh, the reality is, look, rules come and go. I've had my Slaanesh army since 2006. It's on the shelf right now because I don't like the way it plays. It's been on the shelf before. It'll come back out again. You know, like, if you truly love an army, if you truly love the models, and you really want to collect them, this is a good way to do it, period.
It is.
Yeah.
All right, so we had that. We had an article on a bunch of beautifully painted dragons, including one Mr. Vince Venturella's. Amazing, buddy.
I don't know what you're talking about. I've never seen these dragons before. No, thank you. That was great. Yeah, I brought up the image on the screen.
What dragons?
Yeah. Never heard of them.
Sure.
But yeah, it was super fun to paint this guy. This is my... he can act as either Krondus or Karzai, because that's me. I always do that whenever they make a dual kit. I always sort of like mesh the two together so I can just kind of use them either way. This was my take on that. But this guy obviously was a lot of different conversion work and stuff like that. But I was glad they put it in the article. He was super fun, and I liked him. The funny thing I will say about him is obviously mine has different bracers than everybody else, and some people probably want to know like where the individual bits came from. The bracers come from Sigmar himself, as it were, because the Sigmar like bust statue that's in Warcry, who's holding the hammer, he has bracers on the front of his arms, so I took those off, hollowed them out, and then those became my dragon's bracers. So there you go.
Excellent.
So if you've still got that kit sitting around, it fits fine.
Alice, you got any interest in a Stormcast army or dragons?
Yeah, I've been interested in looking into because of Yandrasta. Anybody who knows my username on Goonhammer and on Twitter, Ragnarok Angel. I love angels, and any angel iconography is an easy sell for me. If there were units that had wings like that, not the Zephyros or whatever, the kind of pointy bits, I think those look like the funnels from Gundam, which is cool, but not what I'm looking for. Then I would probably be on board.
So this is the second Stormcast army I've done. The original Stormcast army I did back when the game launched was like a Brettcast army, so it was all Bretonnian themed, and I used the feathered wings from the Drukhari kit that comes with like either feathered wings or leather wings, whatever they are.
Oh.
And those fit perfectly on the back because I loved, like, I totally, you and I are same page, simpatico. And like my original Stormcast army, I have 18 prosecutors, all in groups of 3 with those feathered wings. So you can, like, it's only, I guess, the prosecutor, sadly, is probably the only one you can use, and those don't really make a whole army. But but hey, there you go. So
I will take that down as a note.
And the cool part about those wings from that Drukhari kit is you can always find them, because the box comes with both the, like I said, with both the bat wings and the feather angel wings or whatever. So scourges, there you go. That's what they're called. Scourges is the name of the kit. And so somebody always has extra wings, right? Like no matter which one you like, somebody's tossing the extra wings on eBay. You know what I'm saying? So, because you can only use one set with your unit. So there you go. All right.
Okay, let's see. I think that was about it that I had. We wanted to do a little bit of event coverage. Mention a little bit here.
Sure. What do you got?
So first off, I am officially resigning from my self-created duties of keeping track of this calendar. Events, feel free to take the floor and give me a hard time about it.
No, you're fine. I've already beat you up about it enough. I told you it was going to be too much work.
Okay. AOSevents.org, folks. Just check out the website. Dan's already keeping track of everything. It just felt like, we were just creating too much busy work. But we will keep referencing, events that particularly stand out or that we're biased because we got our buddies doing it. Whatever reasons come to mind, that we'll mention them. So, of course, we have the USGT final happening this weekend. I think that's going to be at the Warhammer Citadel in Austin. Does that sound right, guys?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I think Chuck will be there doing his thing with some others. And hopefully next year we're going to get some actual streaming of AOS. That would be incredible, rather than just 40K.
Right?
Well, especially when 40K stream games end, like, in the top of one because the AdMech player landed all their planes and shot up all the other people's dreadnoughts or whatever. I think that was the thing that happened. So, sure. Yeah, I mean, as to events, look, if you've got an event you want us to spruik, shout it out. Hit us up on Twitter or on socials, anywhere like that. We're happy to shout out events we want to draw attention. Point of fact, the Columbus, here where I am in Ohio, Brewhammer guys reached out. We talked about that a little bit. And then before we could even really deep dive into it, I was like, yeah, we're going to talk about it a bunch tonight. And it already sold out. So,
oh, wow.
February 5th and 6th. Here in Columbus. I'm very excited. So I got signed up as well as did Tom. So they opened it up and gone. So maxed it out. There's an appetite, folks.
Unfortunately, the registration did close like 3 days ago, but I will be at Everwinter, a GT in Boston, which is going to be not this weekend but next weekend. So if anybody's going to be there, it'd be a pleasure to see you.
Nice.
Sweet.
All right. Yeah,
I know we got.
Chris said it sold out in 35 minutes. That's pretty good.
Oh, wow.
Pretty good.
There's actually a whole bunch of tournaments happening all over the world this weekend. Yeah, the calendar is pretty full. Just shout out to Cabbage. Wish him the best with his PT this weekend. He's been doing a lot of work for a while now on that one. We've got Herner, the man who needs no spruiking to sell at his events, but putting up registration tonight, right, for Holy Wars,
Yep.
February 12th, 13th.
That's right. That's the weekend after Brewhammer, actually. It's like February 5th and 6th is Brewhammer here in Columbus, and then the next weekend I'll be going to Chicago for Holy Wars, which was a good conversation with my wife, but she was like, yeah, I don't care, it's fine, whatever. So I'm lucky to have a very supportive partner, so she was good.
I think it's the best.
No doubt.
Checking the notes here, it looks like actually 7 p.m. So yeah, 40 minutes. Registration for Holy Wars will be opening. And then finally, just wanted to send a congrats to all the folks who are on the 2022 Team America, led by the man himself, Mr. Souza. We got Sean Clark, Gaving, Anthony Trentinelli, Marcella's on there, Emma's on there, Roger, Jeremy, I think Jeremy Visser, if I'm saying his last name correctly, something along those lines. I think he might be captaining this year. I think I saw, maybe taking over for Bill. But yeah, really awesome team. Excited to see. Yeah, just I think seems like a great mix. I don't know who Gaving is. Do you guys know who that is? Gaving Grieger?
No, never met him. Or if I have, I apologize. I don't remember. So, but yeah, it's going to be a great team. So looking forward to seeing what they accomplish.
That's about it.
Awesome. All right. Well, then let's spin this right into some pick of the week. Alice, you're up first. What would you like to share with everybody? What would you like to spruik or share? Or are you just you and Tyler gonna both go for the Goonhammer angle here? Are you guys just gonna share picks basically?
Got the Goonhammer corner on lockdown, Alice. So
yes.
Back off. You got to pick something else here.
Darn! Why do you have to put me on the spot like this? No, I mean Goonhammer is what I got. I got I got so much stuff going on there. I guess if I had to plug anything in particular, it would have to be Dylan's painting of the dragon. So we'll kind of pair it with what you got going on. And it came out wonderfully. I will put it in the chat for others to see.
So
yeah,
I'll share it out. Yes, absolutely.
Oh, okay. Right. But yeah, he did a great job. Did it all pretty much just primarily relying on 4 different contrast paints, and got an amazing result out of it.
That's awesome. That's fantastic. Yes, it was very nice. There's a lot of really impressive ones in there. I honestly expected them not to have many completed dragons because this kit is so big, and then the article came out and I was like, whoa. Hey, awesome. Great. I was stoked. I love how many people jumped up and rose. There we go. Rose to the occasion. Had to find the right past tense there. Tyler, what are you shouting out?
Yeah. So, well, obviously Goonhammer. Like I told you, Alice, leading the show, I'm going to do some blatant pandering here. Now, to be fair, I have been talking about Goonhammer for quite some time on this show.
Yes.
So this isn't unusual to be talking about Goonhammer. Yeah, enormous fan of the website, just the range that you guys cover. How long have you been writing over there, incidentally?
Me? Let's see here. I first got involved with them in 2021 now, so it has to have been mid 2018.
Okay. Yeah.
I reached out. They didn't really have a primary Age of Sigmar person yet, and they said, yeah, we're looking for somebody, and so here I am a couple of years later.
Yeah, I kept seeing this Ragnarok Angel name appear the most of any other name since I started reading the articles, and yeah.
We started expanding out. We've gotten more people, and we're hoping to keep expanding. But yeah, it's kind of been me from the start, and I'm very thankful for all the people who've signed on and collaborated and contributed so much to us.
It's awesome.
Decision so far.
It's a good example of the power of asking, by the way. Like a lot of people, sometimes it just, just ask. You never know, right? There you go.
I did want to mention two articles that actually one, Alice, that I read. I read your article, I think maybe before I reached out to you. The faction focus seems like you do a lot of these in-depth faction focuses, foci, whatever, over there. Foci, I don't think that's a word. Vince, you're my head now with these
I'm
past tense.
pretty sure it's a word.
Is that a word?
Focus.
Excellent. You can start calling your series faction foci.
Um,
On Disciples of Tzeentch, it was incredibly in-depth. And yeah, just really, I thought it did a nice job of kind of representing reality, where the faction is and the strengths of it, and but also at the same time that, as you noted, it can be challenging to actually do well with. Like it's not exactly a plug-and-play army to play.
It's not. No, not by any means. I say this as someone who Tzeentch is where I came in to play, and um, I didn't do so hot when I first started. And then I kind of switched over to Legions of Nagash at the time. Switched over to Legions of Nagash, and that was much more my play style. And so, but now I'm kind of getting back into Tzeentch because I feel like a little more comfortable with the game and all stuff like that. And even knowing what I know now, it is still like a, make one mistake, and if your opponent knows what they're doing, it's over type thing.
Right. Definitely. The thing I've always found the most fair about them, ironic, I don't know if this is ironic, but the 18-inch kill zone, meaning that for the most part, they just operate, you have to try to play around that 18-inch kill zone that they have with their spells. They've got Spell Portal for like Kairos' 6 mortal wounds. They've got other tricks. It's a different story if they got Archeon just getting shoved in your face. But yeah, I've always actually appreciated that about Tzeentch as a way where I feel like that keeps them in check. They're not 24 inches or whatever with their spells.
No, it's definitely the case. Like, as we'll talk about later when we get into the changes and sort of the balance changes and stuff, the combination of range and mortal wounds, or range and power, like especially once you cross that 18-inch threshold, it just changes the game. Like it's a totally different story, right? Something that has like a 12-inch dangerous attack versus a 30-inch dangerous attack is night and day, right? In its value. I wish they thought about range more deeply and how they sort of allowed death to be doled out, I suppose. Anyways,
we'll get into that.
Yeah, we'll get into it. We'll get into it.
Last article, we talked about it before the show. This Vince and I, we've been talking about this a little bit on and off. I don't know, Vince, this might be an interesting show for us to do. The conversation around these, 3 words that have an enormous amount of nuance and depth to them: playing by intent. Mm-hmm. Like how much complexity is represented by those 3 words. The fellow's name was James Kelling. He wrote a Star Competing Playing by Intent article on Goonhammer that I highly recommend everybody check out. It does an excellent job of going through, again, a lot of the nuance and kind of different elements of this notion of playing by intent. Some of it's not obvious, I don't think. So, Alice, what were your thoughts on this article? I loved it.
Oh no, I loved it too. It's also kind of a great testament to Boone as a person, who's a super nice guy. We actually kind of like, stop me if I'm going too far off, but it reminds me of a discussion we had amongst the core team at Goonhammer was about like competitive play, and like there's a certain type of person who thinks that it's usually the people who are like good or even great, but not a top table player, who thinks that competitive play comes from being cutthroat, rules lawyery, maybe even cheating a little bit. But if you get to know a lot of like the top players, of which in 40K Boone is definitely up there, they're actually usually super nice guys. They just know the game in and out, and they love playing a good game. And they don't really want to win by gotcha situations, despite the stereotype. So the playing by intent stuff kind of works into that, because it's like, what is a reasonable expectation about what someone meant to do versus just taking back because you made a mistake.
Exactly. Yeah, just a lot of good examples it's a very in-depth article, incredibly well done. Yeah. And Vince, I'd love to do a show on this sometime, man.
Sounds like a plan. I'm in.
Yeah, I think it'd be a really good topic to dive into depth around. And yeah, it's relevance in a lot of different things. I know this came up with Tom, with NashCon a little bit,
Oh,
and
sure.
kind of
Yeah.
working
Yeah,
through
yeah.
that and all of that. So
Yeah, I
yeah,
mean, even when you try to be clear, sometimes you can get caught up in situations, right? And that's part of the
uh,
challenge. Yeah, it's you have to. That's why you play in the best faith you can to avoid as much as you can, right? Because it is
right.
two different perceptions of reality colliding on the table, right? So, yep.
Um,
And
Okay.
when it went down to a couple points, winning or losing,
Yep.
tensions run high.
Yeah, especially on the on top tables when you're playing, as it were, when you feel that pressure of that you're playing for something, right? That game 5, table 1, 2, 3 kind of situation, right?
uh,
All right. My pick of the week is going to be relevant to what we're talking about today. In my pick is the Honest Wargamer from and his show reviewing the state of the meta. He's building quite a data set over there. I want to have a conversation with Rob about how to talk about correlation versus causation. Because he attributes far too much to causation when he should be talking about correlation and stuff like that. So we need to have a data science conversation. But Rob,
is him making fun of the American scene part of that or not?
I don't care if it makes fun. It's fine.
We
Rob,
deserve it in some cases.
yes, that's all. That's all just good ribbing, right? I have no
Uh,
issue with that. That's just fun stuff.
oh,
I mean, the Australians have had to endure everybody talking down to their meta for like
totally.
years, right?
Uh,
And they don't seem to give the beginnings of a hoot about that. So,
yeah, if we're the new Australia, I'll gladly take it. We should be proud of
absolutely,
that.
I would be happy to be the new Australia.
Yeah.
So, the but he was a really awesome look. Like he and his data team, which I'm not going to remember everybody was involved. I know Colonel Cabbage is involved. I know there's several other people who put together all the data and stuff. They're doing awesome work, and Rob is doing a great job delivering it. Really, having some nice visualizations, some nice segmentation, stuff like that. I'd love to see even more data there. Like he has a decent data set when we're talking about kind of high level stuff, right? So like when you're getting into kind of the big picture, but when you like segment and segment and segment and you get down to a very small number of matches played, sometimes there's obviously still data skew there because you fall below statistical significance. But and kind of but it's still good, really interesting stuff. Like the win rates and the meta representation and looking at faction representation, like who's taking what percentages of what sub factions and armies taking what percentages of what battalions. That stuff is fascinating and like things we just didn't have access to before that I think intuitively we had a concept of. So, for example, one of the stats that came out of it was 91% of all the LRL armies in his data set, which there was a decent number of LRL matches played, had battle regiment, right? And we're approaching one drop. So like
they're the quintessential example of the power of the one drop right now in the game. I mean, there's probably no more significant example.
right. So there's just a lot of really interesting things some that will kind of go against your assumptions, some that will be like, yep, that's what I thought. Like he has, by the way, Rob, somebody needs to bust Rob's chops. Who's ever in the Twitch chat. Rob was talking about like the 6 bad armies. In other words, not bad, like poor performing, like the evildoers, the sinners. Okay? And he's trying to figure out what to call these things. He's like the bad 6, the evil 6, the sin 6. And I'm like, Rob, Sinister 6. It's right there, brother. It's right in front of you. It's like Spider-Man's villains. It's a well-known thing. The Sinister 6. Sony was trying to build a whole movie property out of it before that all train wrecked. Like, man, come on, brother. I was like shouting at my computer screen. He was so close when he had like the sinful 6 or something. I was like, no.
That's
But
good.
no, it was a super good show. So check it out. Links in the description. It's a lot of really fascinating data, and Rob and the team are doing an awesome job at putting it together and delivering it. So they're great people for doing that. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I
Also,
wanted to
yeah,
find out
that's a
who.
good point. Nate mentioned the 3 tiers. They tiered out everything into like those under 40%, the 6 at the top, and then everything else in the middle. And you can actually see how an army performs against the top, middle, and bottom tier, which was another cool thing.
I was gonna say I think Warhammer Rob is what he gets referred to. The other Rob who's doing a lot of the work behind the scenes. So yeah, shout out to that guy. I don't know who that is,
There you go.
but
Yes,
he's
it's a couple
he's a
Robs, all the
yeah.
Robs.
Yeah.
Um, but yes. So, oh, Ziggy, of course. Yes, Ziggy is the other one. Thank you, MJ Pegasus. I appreciate that. Yes, there we go. I knew I was forgetting. Like I said, I knew I was going to forget people, and I apologize. He needs to do a show and get all of them on, and just have a talk about collecting the data and making the visualizations. I would love like a behind the scenes episode. So, there you go. Okay. At any rate, so check it out. Link in the description. All right. So, let's talk about some hobby time. Hobby time. Alice, you been working on anything? What's on your desk? You been painting anything? What have you been doing?
Yeah, right now I'm trying to work on some Morghast Harbingers for Everwinter, because I kept waffling on whether I wanted to bring Necropolis Stalkers or Morghast Harbingers as
Okay.
sort of a hammer for my list, and the points work out about the same. And after experimenting with both, Harbingers ended up feeling more comfortable with me. So, working on those.
Nice. Was it the flight that tipped you over the edge?
The flight and the 3d6 charge is big against certain things, like if you're going against a Demon Prince of Corn.
Yep.
And then the really big deciding factor for me was that with whether or not I would have them in 1 or 2 units. With the Stalkers, if I put them in 1 unit, they become six
Yep.
models. Coherency becomes an issue.
Yep.
But if you reinforce Morghast Harbingers, it's still only 4. They count as 2 models apiece because they're 6 wounds. So there's a lot to like there. So while I could split up the Stalkers, that means the buff coverage isn't as equal either. Whereas at least with the Harbingers, I can pair them all up, slap all the buffs on them, and send them in.
Nice.
Sweet.
Plus, I agree with Brian S. He said the Morghast models are super cool, and I agree. They're all-time bangers. Like, obviously, those came out along with, Nagash back in the end times, and they were just, the coolest thing, right? Because they're these undead angels. I mean, that's what they are. So that was kind of the background behind them. So the decision was made. There we go.
And it's got to be one of the most kit bash models I've seen used, in terms of like almost everybody's converting them to a Demon Prince or whatever.
Yeah, 100%. Tyler, did you paint anything
Yeah,
yet?
of course not. I got some games in. Just the usual Stormcast testing, as you know. I'm trying to figure out what the commission's going to look like and how to avoid shooting, essentially, which I think I've got that cracked.
I've got a real
so
simple solution for that, Tyler. You ready? You just
Okay,
don't
I'm
paint
ready.
any shooting models. It's so easy. Any
Sure.
primary shooting models, I'll say.
Yeah. Got to enjoy the Power of Gardas a couple weekends ago. It's been a couple of weeks, yeah. Pretty much everybody knows now that Gardas is crazy. I think that dude's definitely a little too cheap right now. Yeah.
He's pretty much moving the faction.
Yeah. Jeez. Gives 3 Praetors or 6, much less. I mean, pretty much all you need is probably 3. And 9 ablative wounds, and it's wild. Yeah, I did a test against a really good Tzeentch list, and they just couldn't cut down the mortal wound output dramatically. And then I had 10 protectors, full fulminators to burn through pinks. It was like 3x10 pinks, burn through them pretty quickly. It was just it was more one-sided than I was expecting. We were both expecting. So yeah, Gardas, wild.
Hell yeah.
Yet
Trying
another
out.
character I need to paint up, Tyler, by the way.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Tried out Aventus, Fire Strike, who was pretty awesome. I'm a stan. I'm on board now. I've seen Aventus in one tournament list. I think they went 4-1. It was like last month. Somebody made in the UK.
Yep.
Amazing. -2 rend on the 4 attacks. Other 4 attacks, -1 rend, 2 spells, 2 unbinds. D3 hill built in. This is like got a 14-inch move. You know, it's a great assassin piece. It's good for Savage Spearhead. It's got the damage output. It can probably kill a battle line unit and get the bonus point. You know, like an MSU little 4-up say battle line unit could probably go smack that off the board, get the bonus point as a monster. Yeah, all of that 325, pretty reasonable. I like him.
I love it. I give us an item that can turn someone into a priest. That's all I want. I want the holy manuscript or something so I can make somebody a priest, and I will slap Skig onto a Toralon so fast. It's like my favorite monster from the Stormcast range.
Yes.
All right. Myself. So obviously I finished up that guy. So there you go. But also, I'm done with my last unit of fulminators, and that is to say I now have 4, which would be all I ever have because these idiots take forever. By done, I mean I'm almost done. This one's not on his base yet, but I still have to like do some cleanup around the attachment on their base and stuff like that. But I've been working on the 2 of them, and with those 2 finished, it will bring me to having my first 2,000 points of my army done. So now I can sort of chill, relax a little bit, tackle the elements that I want. There's still plenty to paint. So much, too much, one might say. Turns out Stormcast, real big range. I don't. Did you hear? Did you know this? There's a lot of units in that book. Turns out, it's a real problem. The Iron Jaws were easier. When I got to 2,000 points, I was like, man, I'm good. I got like everything I'd ever want right here. Got all the units.
Talked about how you can establish a baseline of your troops. So like you kind of get your troop package figured out, and then your heroes allows for such variety in your list building and your storm host, and can really change up the nature of the list without changing the core troops.
Yep. I mean, obviously my next mission is to get a couple of Dragon Riders painted once I get my hands on those, because that'll be then another battle line option, right? So there you go. Okay, cool. Well, Alice, Tyler, are you ready to strap on the tinfoil hats and begin the wild predictions of what we hope, dream, and fear to see in the balance slate / FAQ? Are we prepared?
I'm excited.
I was born to be paranoid.
There we go. All right. Okay, so let's go ahead and bring that up. There we go. Looking good. Okay. All right. Cool. All right, let's start with just a little groundwork here. Let's lay some foundational. So, first principles. These changes could come in the balance update or the FAQ if they're 2 separate things. I don't know if they're 2 separate things. Maybe it's all one thing. We don't know. They haven't been clear on it. They've just said we're getting a balance thing in December. So we're not specific. I don't care which ones these come in. They could be in either if it's 2 separate things or, whatever. We're squishing them both together for our predictions. So
you're not allowed to get mad at us.
That's right. I kind of hope that they do them as 2 completely separate things, because then if the first one comes out and it's not what we wanted, we can be like,
we weren't done. You guys are getting mad about a half-finished product.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Right. Then we still have hope. All right. So, and then the lens through which we looked at this: casual, conservative, reality. What does that mean? Casual. We're going to examine this through a casual mindset. What changes are good for the casual player, for the majority of players? Most people are casual, or at least casual leaning, right? Everybody has a little bit of casual, a little bit of competitive in them, of course. But the number of like people who would self-identify as hardcore competitive players is obviously much smaller than the people who play this game casually. And there are differences between what is good for competitive players and what is good for casual players. Not always, not everything's different, but there are differences. Some things are good for both. Some things are good for one while hurting the other.
Lumineth, someone like Benjamin Sava is on record of loving how Lumineth plays. And Lumineth is a nightmare for your average casual player.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
it's way too complex. Like it's just yeah.
I mean, I can give you I absolutely agree with that example, but we could also talk about something like Iron Jaws, right? And sort of
Mm,
melee alpha strikes, right?
mm,
Like most sort of high-end competitive players in the list that they have, they're not really scared of melee alpha strikes. They're kind of hoping that someone would be
yes.
foolish enough to melee alpha strike them, right? Like what cool, I get a free win, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But a
My
casual,
list is basically orientated towards that stuff.
right,
Oh,
right, exactly. But like a for a more casual player, especially one who's not as familiar with maybe the way to set up or chaff properly or build those kind of things out and respond, it can be tough, right? And like that's completely fair, by the way. That it's tough for them. Like we have to be accepting that you can't build something for both people every time. That there will be differences. So, anyways,
yeah,
Con-
I mentioned to you, I don't want to derail the conversation immediately on the first slide before the show, but I do feel like there's quite a bit that we can unpack in this paragraph. And, like Rob, you mentioned Rob on his show, he talks all the time about how he thinks that generally, what I hear from him regularly is that that which is good for the competitive scene trickles down to be good, really good for the casual scene.
well,
That
of
might
course,
be it
Tory
too.
Rob would be behind trickle down economics. Like that's not surprising
I,
at all.
I gave you that opening and
Yeah,
you took it.
not gonna let that slide by.
I'm glad you took advantage of it.
Thank you.
Yep,
I'd be disappointed if you didn't.
yep.
But no, he's right about something, which is like the main point he's actually usually making is balance, better balance between the books is good for
Yes.
competitive and casual alike. And that I completely agree with. There's almost no distance between that, right? If all books are on more equal footing, if they all have better design, if they all have better balance, right? Then guess what? That's better for everybody. Like on that point, 100% agree. You couldn't shove a piece of paper between us on that. Like you know what I mean? Like I'm with him. Okay. But it's not always the case with every design element or decision you can make that it's good for both sets. So
Sure.
that's the trick. All right. Conservative just means we're taking a conservative mindset. Change as little as possible to have an impact while minimizing secondary consequences. That's all here. Okay. In other words, and that ties into the third point, which is reality. We're going to try to live in reality of what we think they could change as part of this, right? We're not going to recommend massive changes to the system or the ultimate ecosystem, even if we think they're correct. Like, I would love to say, rip out the entire enhancement section, start over. Like, that would be my actual change I want. Like, they should just put in a PDF, please ignore section 27.1 through 27 dot whatever, right, dot x.
Rip it out of the book and burn it.
Yeah, just like Robin Williams, Dead Poet Society, tear it out of the book. Yes, and start over, right? Because it's awful. Like it's the only bad part of the book. But they're not going to do that, right? That's just come on now. We have to live in reality. That's not the kind of changes they're going to make.
Well, I mean, you can choose to do so. I'll make my own.
Yes. We'll live in our version of reality, which isn't the reality we wish GW would live in, but here we are. I will warn you right now, we're going to push this just a little. I hope they're aggressive with some things. So, I guess we have to move the Overton window a little bit. So, and you only do that by striking a little bit strongly. So, okay. Cool. All right. I thought we'd talk first about the 40k balanced data slate. Just show everybody this is what happened. Okay? So in 40k, they had two armies that were way out of whack, Adeptus Mechanicus and Drukhari. And those got basically complete points overhauls. I don't have all those printed in here, but they literally like, here's a whole new point sheet for them, more or less every unit. And then with the other armies, not everyone, obviously, this doesn't represent every faction in 40k, but with a lot of the other armies, they made some decent changes. And some of them were rather specific, like Layman Russ tanks going to a 2-up base save from a 3-up, right, where they were, right?
Mhm.
And so, like, some of that's very specific. You look at Necrons, and it's like all of these things got core as a keyword, which is meaningful in 40k terms, right? The the knights actually got the monster ability to count as 5 models.
I was gonna say count as 5 or 10 models. What's
Yeah.
that? Where are we seeing that? Somebody's copying homework.
Yeah, exactly. So, the point is that like they oftentimes had these one big changes or something like that, but they did also go in and tinker with units, right? Limiting things to like 2 flyers. That was a big overall change, right? Across everything. So there's both some general, there's some specific, like here's a new rule for the army, like what Chaos Space Marines do, and then there's some very specific unit changes. But it's light overall, right? I guess, like, that is to say, it's not like you can fit all the changes in a box of text like this. That's what I'm trying to say. Right?
Sure.
It's not new codex levels.
Thank you. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. There you go. All right. General items. We're going to have some discussion here because Alice already sent me a nice piece of feedback on this, but we've talked about this before, but we're going to talk about it one more time. Here we go. Here's my changes. These would be my non-specific army changes. I'm just going to do these one at a time, and then we can just kind of discuss. My change, and Tyler, this is something you and I have discussed before. Save rolls of 1 or 2 always fail, unless your save characteristic is 2+, in which case 1s always fail. Effectively, we're capping saves at a 3-up. This is the answer to save stacking. Now, Alice, you and I had a little conversation offline before the show about, that is this too complicated? Should we just limit it at a flat +1? Stuff like that. So what's your general take on save stacking in this kind of situation?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't done the math, so I can't say exactly what it's going to be. Is that I felt that the limitation should be +1 to a save, and that's that. And then you factor in all the other negatives. And you made the argument that Rend then becomes too powerful, and I think that is a fair counterpoint. The thing I do still kind of disagree with is that one of the points you made as a counterpoint was that it would essentially make saves function differently from everything else, because everything else you add everything up first, or you add all the positives, then or you just
you calc it all together. Exactly Let's say you got -2 to hit and +3 to hit. You just do the math together. It could be great. Come out
+1. But I do think 1 and 2 to save is still different. Failing is still different unless you're going to make 1 and 2 to hit or wound also fail.
Sure.
So I don't necessarily think that the fact that it's different, I don't think is necessarily indicative of that being a problem, because Rend already works differently. You can have -3, -4 Rend and nobody cares. So I mean, I agree, it's a problem. It's probably like the problem in the game right now. But how exactly you tackle it with all these tools that they've now given people, I'm not sure myself.
Yeah, it's tough. And let me see if I could trot through my thought pattern here. And Tyler, this is what you and I have talked about a couple of times, so feel free to add in. Sure. My concern with if we just cap saves at +1, and I agree with you, we're both making differences, right? So it's just how do you want to be different, right? It's a completely fair point, Alice. But like, my challenge with it is this: if you cap saves to only ever being to add 1 into the plus column effectively, because that's what you're constructing, right? You can only ever add a +1, but any number of negatives could apply, right? There's clearly a lot more Rend 2 / maybe even Rend 3 sneaking its way into the game. The recent 2 codices alone seem to imply that that's happening. And my fear is that we'll tilt too far the other direction. Now, I personally don't mind when offense wins. I like stuff dying, right? Like, it's one of my favorite things is just to pick up your choice, mate. Like, I'll pick up mine. Okay. So that's fine. But it has some real deleterious consequences when it comes to things like especially utility heroes, who are already pretty fragile as it were, as they exist now. they will evaporate under a system like that. Because one of the few things that can save them is their ability to be and gather different bonuses that actually gives them a shot against Rend. It's one of the things keeping them alive right now. And look, all of these problems are a big tangled web. It's not like you can talk about one of these things without talking about other things. We're all aware of that. So, I mean, if you want to actually me in the comments, I don't care. That's fine. It's nice of you to do that. More comments equals more engagement. But like, we get it. All these things push at each other. But the problem is if utility characters can just drop dead because they have no way to really protect from shooting, which barring other system changes, right? So if you did that alone, then you'd have to also go in and protect the utility characters in some way, which could be done, but it's going to necessitate other fairly decent sized changes, right? Would be my point. It's also going to up the power of shooting in general. Like right now, Rend shooting isn't really part of the conversation as to what people hate. Like the shooting that breaks the game right now is mortal wound shooting. Right, which
Absolutely.
ignores this whole conversation.
Yeah,
right?
And I was going to go into that. I feel that it's already a different issue with sixes to do mortals, but that's a completely different conversation we're having.
Right. So like the shooting that everybody hates right now is salamanders, long strikes, sentinels, bow snakes, whatever. Like the that is because that mortal wound shooting is so powerful because it sidesteps this whole conversation and assassinates people. That's what it does. Right?
Yeah. And that's not fun.
Right. And it's not fun. And so, but like the other types of shooting, just sort of bulk shooting, old style, bone splitters, throw a bunch of dice shooting is effectively like, who cares?
Yeah.
No one's concerned about it right now. There's no units like that that are talked about in the meta or played. They don't exist, right? Because most shooting is just like, whatever, right? It's the mortal wound shooting that makes all the difference. There are a couple things that still push on that. Bolt boys, some KO units, right? But suddenly all of those things, if saves get capped at only +1, become like way more powerful. Like if you don't then pull other levers, is my point. Just capping saves to +1 will skyrocket the power of shooting instantaneously. Right? And all shooting becomes insanely more valuable. And we get a way shootier game, which I don't think is what we all want. At least that's what the NPE survey said.
Sure.
Right? And that's the challenge.
Yeah, no, and I agree. I don't have a smart answer to the problem. Obviously it's a complicated problem. It wouldn't be the predominant issue in the game if it was easy to solve.
Right.
So.
And I certainly see, Alice, you're like, look at this sentence. Save rolls of 1 or 2 always fail unless you save characteristic as 2+, in which case 1 always. I mean, that's maybe the best representation of this discussion Vince and I have been having for some time. But look, it's still a little complicated.
It feels like a lot of if-then statements. So
Sure.
Yeah, maybe we could probably, I bet we could improve that. But point being that, yeah, it's not as simple. Maybe we can get it to where it would be as simple as most of us would like it. But I don't think it's quite there yet. Whereas the just +1 save is so simple. It's such an easy button to just hit. And it does seem kind of obvious that would be the thing to do. But yeah, I'm glad you brought it up. I think it's a really good debate. And I don't have to say anything. Vince kind of said everything because we've been having this discussion for a long time. I think my number one fear with this fact is that they simply pull the trigger +1 save in the way that it's usually being talked about, and then that kind of breaks the game.
Yeah, I fear the downside if they did that alone and then stopped and went like, okay, it's good, and then all of a sudden it's just like, oh, good, now we're going to just be playing 40k.
Yes.
Yeah, no, and nobody wants that. That's why I'm playing it, just Sigmar.
Right, exactly. And there's other ways that this could be construed, some more complicated, some less. The trick with this one is it is a super complicated issue. This is my best shot. There are probably others. My answer is really, this is an extremely sticky game design point, right? And part of the problem is around the way the math works on saves, right? Once you can get to 2 up, especially if you can re-roll things, the numbers just go haywire, right? You go from suddenly needing twice as many wounds to die to needing 100 times or 1,000 times as many wounds to die. Like the math goes way off the rails, right?
Right.
Yeah, we've all heard the hero hammer problem. You know, you have those certain characters, and you know, your Nagashas and your Gotreks or whatever, and or Archaons, and you know, you can basically save stack into oblivion, and then even if you manage to even chip off the littlest amount of damage, you just kill it back anyway.
Right.
Right.
That sucks. That is the issue of our time, as it were.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's as some people mentioned, get rid of hero phase shooting. Oh, don't worry, folks. We'll talk about hero phase shooting later on, but we're gonna hit that where it lives. You know, and just to lay some groundwork here, Nick R said, "What about just remove mortal wounds on regular units? Only heroes, unique characters can do mortal wounds on hit wound." The challenge is that's a huge change. That's not conservative. It's not reality. It would mean altering a ton of books, including things they just published. Right? Like it's too big. Could you do it? Maybe, but it would have like untold meteoric impacts to the game that I can't even begin to fathom, right? You would change so much. That's the point. That's why we're being conservative with what we think they should do in these changes. Because you changing something like that, first of all, how you'd even do it, I don't know, right? Because you would just eliminate rules from 100 war scrolls, some of which are just published. It's deeply problematic, right? Because a lot of those units simply rely on that and are fine. Like, are Vindictors doing a mortal wound on a 6 in melee causing an issue? No, probably not, right? Like, that's probably fine. Right? So, anyways. Okay. Amulet of Destiny. So, my stance is either make it Ignax, so it's a 4-up versus mortal wounds only, or make it a 2+, but only on the last wound. It only applies on the last wound. In other words, and the reason I like that, let me explain the math behind that one real quick, is if you make it a 2-up, but only on the last wound, then it's always worth the same thing. It's worth about 4 wounds of saving on average. Okay? It reduces the scalability problem. A 35 wound Mega Gargant or a 40 wound Mega Gargant and a 4 wound Goblin will get the exact same amount of saved wounds out of the amulet, triggering on the last wound. Right? So it completely eliminates the scalability problem and makes it flat no matter what character has it. So that's why I like that. Alice, you had said maybe just a 6-up.
I argued even more conservatively. I said just make it a 6-up. Death has 6-up as just its thing, and it's fine.
Yeah.
So I think that I would go even more conservative and just say 6-up.
And honestly, I'd be fine with it. Like this is bathwater I'd throw the baby out with. That is to say, like, and you know, the immediate pushback to that would be people saying maybe like, oh, but then Amulet might not be picked, and I'm like, okay.
Doesn't seem like my problem.
Yeah,
honestly,
like...
I think that more people should be using their battle tome relics. That's why they're there, folks.
Right.
And when I remember immediately when I saw it, I was like, this is gonna. And many people had this feeling. It wasn't an original thought, but I immediately when I saw it, I'm like, this is gonna override so many books, and that's bad.
Yeah.
I like people to use their books. That's what they're there for.
Sure.
Right.
At best, these enhancements should be stopgaps for whatever weird crap you've got going on, but they shouldn't predominate over anything in the books.
Sure. And you
Definitely
know,
all in agreement. Oh yeah, go ahead.
The other option, which Coach mentioned, a lot of people have echoed they like, is limiting it to sub-commanders, right? So you can only put it on a 9 wound or less guy.
Yeah.
Again, also fine with. The point is, there's probably 4. We've talked through 4 decent changes to this, and I would be fine, honestly, with any of them.
Just not what it is now.
Just not what it is now. Yeah, exactly.
So my orientation around this, we have some slight disagreements between us, is the main value that comes to mind with Amulet is that it provides a universal means of at least one hero having something to say about mortal wounds when they may otherwise not. And I can see the point about 6-up. To me, that does feel too light. So I would would orient around either the 4-up versus mortal wounds only. Absolutely, mortal wounds only would be my answer to this. It should be mortal wounds
You're an
only.
Ignax man.
Or 5-up. I'd also be happy with a 5-up against mortal wounds only. I think either of those two feels right to me in terms of what I think Amulet needs to do in the game as a universal artifact, especially for 10 wounds or more characters, heroes.
Sure.
So name your favorite pet monster
Sure,
that
your
you'd
Lord
like to have a
Celestin on Star Drake.
chance.
How about that? That's a good example.
Exactly.
Somebody that's big.
Yeah.
It isn't game breaking. It doesn't have any mortal wound protection, right?
That you'd like to have a shot at keeping alive a little longer, getting value out of it. I think we have gone a long way in increasing the value in general of monsters in this game. At the same time, I still think that something like this has a role to play as an offset against especially shooting and mortal wound output in general. But yeah, it should only be mortal wounds, I think, if you're going to do that.
Which is fine. Again, fine with any of them. Pick them. Just pick one. It's cool.
Right.
Good with it. Like we all, I think everybody agrees it needs changed in some way. Just pick something. Just fix it. That's all we want. All right. Unleash Hell. Here's my fix for Unleash Hell. I'm keen to get both of your feedback. Reduce the trigger range, in other words, the range that you can trigger Unleash Hell upon, to 3 inches. It's currently 9, which is like ridiculously far. It's stupid that like it's so far away in the game because you have to toe into that, right? Like one model toes into that 9 inches, and that whole shooting unit's going to turn around and just be like.
And it's creating, I mean, like all the time I've been seeing dog players who will give their opponent the turn and while they have deployed with their entire army casting around 15 snake bows, which I mean kind of makes sense as like an actual military strategy. But in terms of gameplay, I don't know, that feels a little unhealthy for a game to be in that place where, yeah, you could potentially, if they try to get into you to do any damage to you in melee, you're going to light them up anywhere they go, all else equal. You're going to light them up in the hero phase and the shooting phase, and then you're going to go again on a double and repeat in the hero phase and the shooting phase. So you might shoot them 5 times before they've done anything. Alice, what are your thoughts on Unleash Hell? Do you think it's...
Chris said delete it, and I'm not necessarily against that. But if we're going to keep it, I mean, I suppose at the very least, I think I'd actually kind of in contrast to my Amulet Destiny idea, I'd want to make it more like what Overwatch is in 40K, limited to 6-ups, and keep the 3-inch thing, like you said. I get what it's for, like what they were going for with that, but with the 9-inch thing, it's frankly absurd. And in AOS, it's you don't have to be concerned about someone getting into melee now making it impossible to shoot them. That's not a concern for Age of Sigmar. So why give even more opportunities for ranged weapons to fire volleys? I'm slightly bitter because as an OBR player, I don't really get access to range. But I mean, it's something that doesn't make sense to me. I don't want the game to turn into a lot of shooting, and there's a major reason that the top armies all consist of really good shooting.
Yeah, and the reason I like 3 inches, and I've seen some people saying, well, that's short. What about 4? What about 6? No, I like 3, and I'll tell you why. Because I want that unit to be in combat. Like, one of the worst things to experience is you charge a unit you need to kill, another unit shoots at you, and now you haven't even brought that shooting unit into combat, so it can only shoot the thing that it just shot if it survived. Like, that's an awful experience, right? Whereas if it's in 3, then it's old handgunner stand and shoot or something like that. You can pick whatever you want, right? But they shoot on the way in to them being pulled into combat. You could still have a chaff line in front of them so that maybe they can't be targeted in melee directly, like 1 inch, 2 inch, depends on the reach of the melee weapons, right? That could still fit. And fine, great. Like, I don't care if I can't necessarily melee the thing because you've set up a line, but they have to be in the combat. You had to risk something, right? They're now in combat with me, and even if I couldn't physically attack them this turn, at least they can only shoot the unit that I sacrificed going forward, right?
Right.
Like,
Right.
at least I feel like I did something,
Yeah.
right? So that's why I like 3 inches. Like, you can still chaff a 3 inch line easily,
Mm.
so that they don't just get punched in the face. But at least
Sure.
now you have to risk something for the reward. That's the point, right?
Definitely. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we know shooting has been powerful in this game for a long time. I'm trying to think of what was the original sort of uptick in the power of shooting. I'm thinking of Skyfire spam back in like
Sure.
2017. It feels like ever since early 2017, we have seen the power of shooting in this game. We saw that run rampant in second edition, particularly at the tail end of second edition during COVID.
Also, mortal wound shooting, by the way.
And Mortal Wound shooting, yeah. And we did not
Just
have
the
Unleash
specials.
Hell.
Yep.
There was no Unleash Hell in the game, and shooting was still very powerful. So I'm not, yeah, just from like, I don't know why we need it in the game to begin with. If we're going to have it in the game, yeah, it probably needs to get toned down. It has, I'll say, it has been less impactful than I expected it to be fair. Like when we were first looking at this edition, I was thinking it was going to be a little more impactful than I found it. However, there are still these outliers that are having a lot of negative consequences that
Yep.
lean into Unleash Hell. And it's the usual units. Yeah.
Agreed. This is often, I mean, this is a compounding problem, right?
Mm.
Unleash on its own isn't necessarily doing a lot absent certain units. Like, there's plenty of units I've charged that had shooting attacks and they unleash on me and I'm like, okay,
Sure. All right.
cool. Neat. You killed a couple dudes on the way in. I'm fine with it. Now I'm going to go beat your unit up, right? And that's fine. Because again, most shooting isn't super impactful. It relies on actually hitting, so the neg 1 can be meaningful since it can't be bonused unless they're carrying an out of sequence sort of ongoing buff, and so on and so forth, right? But the fact that again, it's as you said, it's the usual suspects, right? It's a compound problem. Unleash gets worse when you're dealing with bow snakes, highly castled, salamanders, all that nonsense, right? That then unleashes and bathes you in mortal wounds.
Yeah.
Right.
Particularly when the game has added battle tactics that amplify the value, in my view, of targeted damage, meaning that you can point and click to achieve a broken ranks as opposed to melee. You got to go do work to kill that broken ranks, battle line unit, or you can pinpoint target range damage your monster, whatever you want to pick. So yeah, it's like there's already additional value that we're adding with shooting by the nature of how some of these battle tactics work.
Yep. Okay, agreed. Let's see. Coach said thoughts on not using Unleash Hell on an ability shooting without to hit roll. Oh, should it be able to be used? Oh, can you? Yeah, sure. So things like I assume he's asking about things like Thankwill's spray guns or the Medusa stare. My answer is it's completely irrelevant right now for the most part because none of those actually do big enough damage and most of them are horde killers and there's no hordes. Now, if the meta shifts next GHB and there's hordes running around everywhere, I don't know. My opinion might change, I guess. I don't know. If every time I have to charge, Thankwell suddenly skyrockets in popularity because there's hordes everywhere and he evaporates, any sized unit if you charge near him.
Yeah.
Okay. Coherency. This is a very simple change. Change 1 to 5 retains old school coherency to 1 to 6.
No argument.
Right? I mean, this just feels obviously. This just
Yeah,
feels
there's
obvious.
There's a lot of 3-man units in the game. I don't know why they didn't even think of that.
Right.
But it's a feel bad moment that one model goes and changes everything.
Right.
And Alice, I nerded out many months ago and sent Vince this long email listing out everything in the game that would apply to this. And yeah, there's a few outliers like Varangard, where maybe you don't want Varangard, but fix Varangard. Like maybe that makes them a little bit better if they can stretch out 6 Varangard. But hey, why don't we address Varangard?
Right. Like we can fix Varangard.
Right. But it was mostly units that are not going to get crazy if coherency goes from 1 to 5 to 1 to 6. Yeah.
And like you're saying, if they do, that's a problem with the unit, not the fact that there's 6 of them.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
And yes, Sporadicus, I know 32 millimeter models with a 1-inch reach still suffer. I agree. I agree with it, but that's again, I'm trying to go with the conservative change I think we could see. The 1 to 6 just makes sense. The 32 mil units, those just need to get fixed as they sort of roll out. I mean, I would much rather have it be. So I'd rather go super crazy and say something like 1 to 11 or whatever, or 1 to 10. But you know, here we are. Yeah, this just feels like the biggest duh. I can't believe they decided to cap it at 5 and not 6. It's madness to me. There are so many threeers in the game that reinforce to 6. So many that just became like incredibly annoying to use because they're almost all of them are on like 40 or 50 mil rounds too. I would point out it's like the most common base size for this type of unit, right? Mm-hmm. It's just incredibly frustrating. So, quality of life change, fix it.
Yeah, I get what they were going for, and it was a list of different solutions to try and fix, you know, conga lines, but like I feel like they kind of did that with other things, and this was just sort of an unnecessary change that ended up causing more damage than it helped.
Yep. Oh, don't worry, Nick R. We're gonna talk about gluttons. We got a little glutton action. We're gonna go through every army. This is just the general stuff. By the way, folks, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe. Like if you want to see some changes. If you like some of ours or your own or what's been in the chat, hit that like button. And 2, tuck in, folks. This is going to be a show. I just want to go ahead and say we got a lot. We're going through every army. Everyone. So...
Plus, you gotta let us know if you got a hard stop. I'm gonna talk less. I feel so that
we can actually get going. No, I figured
and I'll talk less.
No, I figured the bulk of the conversation was going to be on this core stuff because I think it's something that everybody has an opinion on. Once we get into the armies, a lot of this is going to be like, yeah, sure, fine.
Right. Exactly. All right. Battle regiment. Remove all leader slots exempting 1 sub commander.
So I saw that, and I'm curious to hear your insight on that because I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just curious where you came up with that idea.
Yeah, sure. Why? So I was thinking about Battle Regiment as a challenge, and I think the race to the bottom 1 drop and the sort of alpha shooting that it has enabled is challenging. The earlier statistic of Lumineth being at 91% Battle Reg, and there's a lot of Battle Reg stuff that it just is so heavily weighted toward pushing low on drops, especially if you have some kind of alpha potential, but especially alpha shooting potential, right? But I think Unified is an interesting concept to keep in the game. And the reason I didn't just say cut Battle Reg or Unified in general was because there are lots of other battalions that have shown up in the other books that use Unified and are completely unproblematic. Okay? Mm-hmm. Like, because they don't have a mix of units that is, here's your whole army. Right? And that's the challenge. It makes it almost in some armies decision-less. You get to have your cake and eat it too. Right? And so by getting rid of these leader slots, and Autumn Lotus, I know, like, it wouldn't hurt Khorne. Don't worry. We're going to help Khorne otherwise. I understand Khorne has a lot of leaders. Lots of people have lots of leaders they want to shove in here. Hurting the armies that are abusing it right now, like Lumineth and other armies like that, also helps Khorne. We're going to steal from the rich here some to give to the poor, but we're also going to just help Khorne directly, right? Like, yeah, sometimes things we'll got to do both.
We're stealing from the poor as well, but I mean, they don't have as much to steal. So.
Right, exactly. There'll be a refund. Don't worry. We've got a plan here to give them back a tax refund.
Tax-based incentives for skulls and blood.
There you go. But the reason I liked this as a fix, leaving only 1 sub-commander leader in there, was it still made sense to me for its name. I mean, I know that sounds stupid, but like these things have names, right? And they're meant to represent something theoretically, right? Some concept. And so Battle Regiment to me was like, okay, this is the Battle Regiment. It's like I thought back to my playing Imperial Guard in 3rd edition days, right? When I had regiments which were like stacked groups of 10 Imperial Guardsmen with a heavy weapon team attached and then a sub-commander or whatever, like a lieutenant, right? That was my regiment. And then those folded up into the eventual commander of the army, right? And by getting rid of all especially the big leader, but then all the other sub-commander slots, it then makes it so you if you want Techless and all the other big boys, the big bad, voodoo daddies who occupy the game, right? They don't fit in this one drop. They're always then a choice to get extra drops, right? That was my basic concept. Now, I'm not saying this is perfect, but this was my take on it. So, there we go.
I need to think through this one in a little more detail. I haven't kind of ran through, like a lot of existing lists and looking at like, just in general, what would this actually look like in reality in terms of where lists are and variation between where various factions are with the kind of list building. But Alice, do you think this would be a meaningful improvement, or are you still skeptical?
I still got my skepticism. Mostly, it's another one of those things that I don't know. I don't know what the one solution is, because who gets priority has been a consistent problem in both games, and there's a reason that every edition that comes out goes and changes how it works, because they're hoping that this is the time that they stumble upon the time that feels balanced, and yet they never quite hit it, because in AOS, especially as it stands right now, it's not necessarily going first that's important, but getting to choose who goes first is super important. And in that respect, it's like I wish there was some way to disconnect it from the number of drops, but the way that the game works in a fundamental level at this point is not conducive to that. Another game that I play, Star Wars Legion, disconnects priority completely from all of that stuff, and it also changes from round to round, and it works great. But Warhammer is tied up in this concept that finishing your deployments first gives you an advantage in terms of priority. Sometimes it's been you get a bonus on a dice roll. In this case, it's just you straight up get to go first. And then also all the, you go, I go stuff is all tied up in that as well. So there's so many nested issues, and I think the solution is less trying to manage the number of drops and more trying to disconnect it from it entirely. But I'm not someone who's capable enough to say exactly how you would do that. And that goes outside of the scheme of what we're even talking about here, since we talked about
it's a really good. Yeah, it is a good point though. Yeah, I'm personally intrigued by. Oh, 40K went through this. Oh, I think you might know better. Remember, I was thinking that 40K in 8th edition, like at one point they had it to where whomever finished dropping first got to decide who goes first, or maybe at one point they had a +1 to whomever finished
+1 to the
first.
die roll to go off, which I still isn't ideal, because people don't like complete chance either. I think that they felt that giving people control over who goes first felt better, and I don't disagree with that sentiment, but at the same time it's like we're seeing now how powerful guaranteeing yourself going first also is.
But I believe now in 9th edition, they just do a roll-off. There's no bonuses, nothing. It's just a roll-off, if I
I actually have not played a single game of 9th Ed 47.
Yeah.
I don't want to go near that. So
I think that's what it is now. Yeah. There's this whole debate. Anyway, we can move on. But this whole debate where they were trying to figure this out, and they settled upon, I think they settled on the +1, and then they moved away from that, and now it's just a roll-off, and whomever wins the roll-off must go first. A lot of the time, you don't even want to win the roll-off. You'd prefer to go second. But yeah. Vince, what's your quick take on that notion of would it be a better world, as kind of Alice is alluding to, if we were getting away from the drop count mattering as much? Maybe it matters a little bit, but maybe just in the form of like a +1 to the roll.
Yeah, so I'll say a couple things. One, Autumn said most competitive net lists already running one drop, and this change would do nothing. It most certainly would. It would change their number of drops from one, because again, I'm getting rid of all of the leader. Like somebody said, a tech list, LRL list wouldn't be affected. Yeah, they would, because tech list can't fit in this. So like at necessity, your minimum suddenly 2 drop, right, or whatever. If you had like just everything that fits in here and tech list, like you have one Calathar and tech list, let's say, or something like that, right? So
and that's what I mean. That's what we would have to.
have to look at the list and see whether we're just moving the goalpost, or are we
Right.
moving the goalpost
Which is the
meaningfully?
question. Totally agreed. Yes. So like it would most certainly change things. I don't know, but like I said, this is one that I took a shot across the bow, but I'm very open to
Yeah.
feedback on.
I want to actually one comment that stuck out to me.
Yeah, go for it.
Let's see here. Justin Crawford said, "What about tying it to fewer points, like triumphs?" And that's an idea that I'm not completely against.
Sure, it'd be interesting. Almost like a pre-bidding system is what you're getting at.
Yeah, it's because you know, turns can fluctuate throughout the game, so it's not like getting a lower point list is guaranteed to get you first for the rest of the game, like it would be in say 40K. But in Age of Sigmar, it's at least a powerful advantage, but you're also risking putting your bid up. You can't say just feeling it out. I can't say that I think it's a terrible idea.
Yeah. Now, as to the change it to be bonuses or this and that or whatever, right? Sure, there's 100 different systems you could use. Okay. Do you really think that any of those would show up in this?
No. Which again goes outside of what we're talking about.
That's why I said that's why our mandate here is
went
realistic and conservative, right? Like, yes, we could all sit around and think about what priority system would we love to see and would we love to have them change. I want you to honestly ask yourself, like, audience, do you think that's going to show up in the winter data balance or balance data slate, whatever it's called? And the answer is no. No, they're not going to change a core rule like that. Like, it's the way the game works, better or worse. But they might make a change to a core battalion, right? So that this one core battalion that's highly abusive isn't as potent. And yes, we do have some concerns of like, are we necessarily moving the goalposts? I don't know. I need to see the lists, right?
Yeah.
And so that's the challenge. Like, I'm trying to figure out what could we reasonably do here, because a change like that's only going to happen at an edition break, honestly, right?
Sure.
Like,
yeah, sure.
And look, I'm not opposed to any of that. There are benefits and costs to making it a component of list building, and there are benefits and costs to making it random chance with or without bonuses. Neither of those is free. And if I surveyed people, some people would like A better, some people would like B better. There's consequences and externalities to both of those decisions, right? Into what psychographic profiles you're appealing to, what types of lists it allows to play versus not play. Like, it's not a small decision. It's a massive decision that has like unbelievably far-reaching impacts on the game, right? Like, and by the way, those might not all be bad. Some of those could be quite good. I'm not saying they're necessarily, I'm not making a normative judgment on them, right? I'm saying that it will have a lot of changes and impacts, and so you need to, like, that's why you're not going to see it in something like a winter FAQ, right? So, that's all.
Yeah, and I've always said I think that people always tend to kind of set their expectations too high, which is probably why you set it to conservatives to begin with. People always have pie in the sky dreams about completely changing the game. It's like, that's not
right. And I don't want to rain on people's parade. Like, I get it. I get that some of these things they would rather have a different mechanic in it.
Doesn't mean they're bad ideas.
Yeah, like none of these are bad ideas. I'm not poo-pooing you for having ideas on, how you'd like to see the game evolve, right? I'm just saying, like, we also have to think what's going to happen here, right? Because that's sure. What we want to predict. We could have a different show that's like, what would be the ultimate changes we'd want to see to make the platonic AOS, which would be a very different show.
Yes. Well, moving on, your next one actually ties in very nicely.
Yes, core battalions, max 1 each, may not duplicate.
Don't disagree. Yep. Don't disagree.
This one seems so obvious. Why are the GHB battalions capped at 1, and the core normal battalions, you can duplicate them? Like, but why though?
I feel like that's one of the number one questions I get when newbies come into list building as well, because they're like, oh, how many of these can I take? And I'm just kind of like, as many as you want, and as many as you can fit. And they're just sort of dumbfounded by that. And it's an understandable thing why that would be like, that seems a little powered. Yeah, it kind of is. Sure. Don't disagree.
No. By the way, you could even create a special rule for some of the smaller ones, because we're going to make those better, that says they could be repeated. right? But the ones that are meant to be big, whole, large representations of your army are singular, right? Like they could literally, when I say a special rule, I mean like they could have a little symbol on them, right? To being that. To being that thing. Assistant Ref says, Vince Ventrella, I don't like limiting core bats to one each simply because it rewards books with new bats and rewards battle reg focused armies even more. Opposite what we want to do. I don't know, man, Assistant Ref. One, all core battalions in books shouldn't exist. So I'm not gonna like my mama once told me 2 wrongs don't make a right. So I'm not gonna go ahead and fall for that trick. That's number 1. Number 2, I see a lot of double battle reg. I see a lot of it. Because then they take 2 massive forces, usually for alpha shooting, and shove it into 2-drop, and then just roll the dice and hope they don't run into a 1-drop. And they still outdrop everybody. Okay.
Yeah, we're basically talking about double battle reg here in terms of probably it feels on many levels, and it not just feels, but I think on many levels it is bad for the game to allow double battle reg. That's kind of nonsense in my opinion. But yeah.
At the very minimum, let's just go with this. Core, like, if you don't like my 1 each, which by the way I do really back, like there we go. My solution is at the very minimum, battle reg should be a single thing you could take. That's it. That caps at 1 period.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a similar principle to which I just found out recently that Hunters of the Heartlands is thankfully max 1. You can't that was way
I
too.
literally only found that out like 2 days ago.
Oh well, you're doing better than I am. I would say I said recently to make myself feel better. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, like hunters being able to double up on hunters is too strong. It's too much benefit. Blah blah blah. So it's kind of the same idea. Battle reg is too strong. Being able to double up on it.
Right. And so some change to battle reg plus a limit of 1 could go a long way towards addressing the race to the bottom situation, right? So there we go. Now let's talk about Vanguard, Linebreaker, Grand Battery.
Garbage. Don't know why they exist.
They are hot liquid garbage. They are not in lists. They're terrible. If you take them, you've made a mistake. As it stands right now, they're bad. They all give you 1 command ability once a game without spending a CP, and they they don't even let you double up on it in any way
because of the word use. Because it counts as having been received by someone.
Correct.
They didn't both X out. They needed to cancel out both issue and receive so that you could double up on it. Yeah.
Yep. These armies, so like what we're going to do with these is we're going to go 2 sides to this coin. Again, like always, I try to attack things from multiple directions, right? So on one side, I'm trying to make battle reg a little weaker, less of an auto take. Maybe you like my idea, maybe you don't, maybe you have your own solutions, that's fine. But I think we can all agree, or at least I hope nobody's going to come out and defend these 3 battalions. Please do, put it in the comments if you want to defend these 3 garbage battalions.
I am curious to see what you have to say.
Yeah, we would all be interested in how you defend.
Please tell me about your 4-1 Vanguard Linebreaker list, because I really want to hear about it.
Yeah, like, I don't know
That's not even a joke.
I understand. I don't know how these got printed. I literally don't. Like, I can't picture the writing process that created these 3 and they went, that's good.
When on the same page you have 2 that can grant you a CP.
Yeah. Just a generic CP.
In case you forgot the first one, here's another.
Right. Right. Yes, exactly. That is just a better version plus of all of these. Yes. Yes, exactly. So,
and not that much harder to fill.
So here's my suggestion for the 3 of these. I want to make these 3 good. Not okay. I want to make them good. Right? And the reason I want to make them good is because that's the other way we can stop the race to the bottom, is by having a cool incentive on these other battalions, right? By bringing them up, we also then stop the free thing to do is just go 1-drop, right? I'm sacrificing nothing, basically, right? Yeah. And so here's my suggestion. Open to feedback, right? Once per round, so battle round, so 5 uses per game. Once per battle round, you can use this command ability for free. So keep the same 3 command abilities there, or 6 command abilities, split up 2 per, right? That you currently have. You can use it for free, and it doesn't count as your one use of that command in that phase. Now, the unit still counts as receiving it, okay? So you can't double up on a single unit, all right? But you can hit 2 different units with it because it doesn't count as the use of it in that phase. Okay.
I think the once per round is great. I think that the doesn't count as your use of that ability might be a bridge too far, but I can't say for sure.
It's potent. Like, there's no doubt. It's potent, right? And let's be honest, we all know what the scary one is with that, right? It's Grand Battery, and all of a sudden, double unleashing. Right?
Yes. Right. Yeah, yeah.
But I love the idea of these being an interesting choice, right?
Sure.
Now, I understand the double. I understand the fear of the double unleash. I get it. Now, I will state that that the Grand Battery is limited to, what is Grand Battery? 3 artillery? I don't have it right off the top of my head.
Yeah, 3 artillery. There might be a hero in there.
Right, maybe like a
sub-commander.
A hero and 3, a sub-commander and 3 artillery. That sounds right.
I think that's it.
And I mean, realistically, I'm not worried about the ballisty getting a free unleash hell. Right? Like, artillery in this game is pretty limited, so it's already pretty controlled. But again, I don't want to get stuck down the rabbit hole of unleash, okay? So, there we go. And keep in mind, I'm assuming these changes are all cumulative. So, we fixed unleash already earlier. So there we go. Right? Yeah, it is potent, Alice. You're not wrong. But I like it. This would tempt me, right? Knowing that I could, knowing that I could have 2 different all-out attacks going in a phase, right? Once per round. Pretty good.
Yeah, that's enormous. I mean, that would be highly attractive. It might be too attractive. I'm kind of with Alice on this. I'm not sure. I'd have to think a lot more about it. And then if we remove that where you cannot double up, is the equivalent of 5 extra CP in a game, up to 5 CP in a game? Is that enough?
No.
Probably not enough is the problem.
I can tell you why, because there's tons of heroes that give you like 10 free CP or 1,000,000 free CP, and they're okay at best.
Right. So, yeah, trying to think about a middle ground. Is there a middle ground between those two?
Look, I'm just saying, Ironjaws are playing this game. Let's let everybody else play it a little bit too. If you take these battalions and push your drop count up, you two can be almost like an Ironjaw.
Yeah. Really, everybody's loving that.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with the sentiment of trying to bring these up. We said in the beginning, with the enhancement page, Dream is tossed in the fire, but it's also more interesting to talk about how you can make things better. And I think it could be workshopped a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think by any stretch of the imagination this is like I've hit the bullseye, right? Like, I don't think this is the one and perfect truth. But sure. I think that this kind of thing, right? We can all agree that going a direction like this of bringing these 3 up is another way to solve the Battle Bridge problem. And it's more fun. Like, give people more interesting options in their list building. Because right now you basically have 3 battalions out of the core book you actually could ever think of using. So, yeah.
Sure.
All right, my next one's pretty uncontroversial. Fix bodyguards. Just like fix it. Just do that. Just do that.
Yeah, let's not even get into it because I still don't understand what the heck. Why does Be'lakor get a 6-up ward? I don't know reasons. Everybody says he does. Plus, do you understand this thing? Like the whole
that some units can bodyguard and then ward,
like
and
some units
can't, and the order of operations.
Yeah. No, I mean, I experimented with Legion of the First Prince, so I got to learn it pretty well. But it's. I never liked the concept of bodyguards. I understand it thematically. It's neat. And in some cases it's great for, your squishy guys. that you want to keep protected. But from a gameplay mechanic, it's just not fun because it's just a bag of ablative wounds that slows down killing the thing that you're trying to kill. And there's frequently not a lot of ways around it other than just raw damage cut through that first. And having a sack of ablative wounds is what kind of we're all mad about already with the certain abilities like like the Amulet of Destiny or whatever. It's just taking a different form.
Yep.
So I mean, for up to me, I'd say bodyguards can go out the window. But we're not going to make an extreme change like that. I mean, I'd make the proc not so generous. None of this 2-up absorbs wounds garbage.
Yeah, sure.
But I don't know
sure.
what to say.
You're like a standardized or
almost more like it's never better than a 4-up or something like that, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that may be too extreme, but it's just as I don't like bodyguards. I think as a rule, it's just not fun to go against.
I mean, do you? So of course, it's designed to help. In general, I would think, why do we have bodyguards? Why do we have this role? Why do we have? Generally, I would think the first thought would be to help protect your necromancer, your 5, 6, 7 wound heroes, right?
Sure.
It's kind of generally, so, and that seems to me still like a good thing to have in the game. We do have instances where we've gone a little too far in some cases. Some of this I think could be addressed by, like I was talking earlier about Artists and Praetors. I think you're getting enormous value out of that combo for the 325 points that you're paying for it. You're paying too little for that. Gardas is too cheap. I think if you were paying a little bit more, maybe that feels a little bit better. But anyway, yeah, the fix-up part of this is that there's an inconsistency. So they did the bodyguard fac where it was supposed to be fixed, and but it wasn't, because we still have apparently instances based on the warding that I gave the example of Bellicor. Apparently, rules as written, he still can get a 6-up ward. And there are other instances where this is the case. So I don't want to get in the weeds of it. I actually don't really understand it all that well still.
You may have already gotten there.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's too late.
But
You're in there now.
Yeah, I mean, the key is the timing of some bodyguards can function, and then the other wards still are allowed, and some don't, and some replace the role, and they have lots of different bonuses. Some trigger very hard. They're very minimal. Some are on a 2-up. Blah, 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 blah. Just fix this stupid rule. Like, just fix the stupid rule. Just make it one consistent way. It works across the board. I'm honestly open to like 8 different ways it could work. I don't care. Just stop making it a rules nightmare. That's it.
Halo had a good sentence that he put together on his stream this week. I'd have to find it, but I thought he had a nice little here's a few words that basically fixes it.
Nice.
So
I trust
Halo.
Find it. In Halo, we trust. As always. Okay. So, my last one. Remove any remaining reroll saves. Like, generic reroll saves. Okay? If it's weirdly cached or whatever, like in the case of the Dragon Armor or whatever out of Stormcast, where it's like only against multi-damage or something like that. I'm not talking about that stuff. I mean just like, here's a thing, now you reroll saves. Congratulations. Right? Against all attacks. Okay. Get rid of all that crap. That's all gone. I also want to see most reroll ones to save booted. Like, I would allow a few of those to stick around in the right cases, but just get rid of this garbage. Even in, like, I'm assuming our save stacking fix up above, but even without that, can we please just get rid of the rest of this clutter? They removed some of it, but then left enough of it that it's super annoying. Okay? When it's still hiding out there. Like Shield of Fate and other nonsense like that.
It's weirdly arbitrary.
Right.
And what they like, you look through some books and they're like, oh yeah, change this to a +1, and then others didn't touch it at all. And it's like, what was the decision making process in that? I don't get it. All right.
Right. Yeah, and there are situations where I would still see the reroll one sticking around. Brick in the Head mentioned leave my chain rasps alone. Nope. Chain Rasps are the perfect ones. You can keep your reroll ones. Like, I'm good with it. I'm fine with it. Like, in general, reroll ones are a horrible, horrible slowdown to the game. Okay. I'm sorry we hit so few for you, Chase, but it's all right. I'll stick behind all my recommendations, but I'm glad I got at least 2. I'll take that. I got 2 for you. But like, Chain Rasps are the perfect unit that it's fine. We accept the downside that it's slow. It makes the attack phase extremely cumbersome and annoying because you got to pick through your dice, find the ones, and then re-roll them. That kind of very particular dice re-rolling actually slows the game way down more than you think. But I'm fine with it. Chain Rasps are a great example because they're locked to a 5-up. Yep, fine, cool. Give it to them. Good stuff, right? Like, I'm okay with a horde unit like that can't ever be better than a 5-up getting reroll ones. What I'm really trying to stop is egregious people who are regularly on 3 and 2 ups just getting reroll ones. I don't want to hurt your poor Chain Rasps.
Yeah, hi Nagash. Sure.
Hi Nagash. Yeah. I want to punch him right in the face. Like, his rule is gone instantly. That's gone. Now we can give him something else. Like, Nagash should be a big bad dude, right? Like, I'm not against that. But that reroll ones to save, no. I'm Dikembe Mutombo. I'm blocking that hard. Like, that's out of here. Okay, just blanket everything. No, leave, go away. You're gone now. But he can have something else. Like, he gets something else. I was waiting for it too. Noop said the hate against the rerolling ones channel is untoward. Yes, I realize that by saying this, I'm hurting the entire channel of rerolling ones because everybody's gonna be like, "What does that mean? You don't get to reroll ones ever." Oh, poor.
No rerolls at all. You all got mad about it, so I'm just taking rerolls away.
Yeah. Rerolling ones. The channel's gonna have to change their name to 2+. Nope, that's not gonna work. Darn it. No, okay. Very good.
So, real quickly, I found it. Haywo's Bodyguard. The 2 slightly different Bodyguard rules combined into one keyworded ability that does not stack with wards. Does that do it?
Say it one more time.
2 slightly different Bodyguard rules combined into one keyworded ability that does not stack with wards.
Yeah, I know what he's trying to say because like the Praetors have a different Bodyguard rule from a lot of other stuff because it was written with 3rd edition in mind. So
exactly, they nailed it with yeah.
Kind of how like a lot of save after allocating. We all know it's just going to get changed to change this to a 6-up ward. He's basically suggesting just squish those together. That's fair.
Sure.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah,
I like it. Yeah,
all right.
Something like that. Yes. Okay.
All right. Now, all of you that have been yelling at us that your special army would be affected by those changes, now we finally get to address you individually and watch you each get mad at us in a unique way.
That's right. Whoop, whoop. All right. Let just call me. I can't remember the guy's name, but whoever Tanya Harding's friend was that came up and just clocked Nancy Kerrigan. That's what we're going to do to some of these armies. While other ones, I will gently behind them lift them up like little Simba and hold them over the Pride Lands. We're gonna raise them up. We're gonna do some work here. Okay? Let us begin with the forces of order. All right. Okay. I just woke everybody up by clapping, by the way. Sorry about that. That was probably quite loud. All right. Order. These are going to be in alphabetical by faction, by the way. Just so that's if you want to know when your army's coming. Okay. I'm taking some big swings here on some of these with completely new abilities. And the reason I did that is when I looked at the 40K thing, sometimes they just handed people new abilities. Just like, this is a new thing now you can do. And I was like, all right, cool. Like, let's do that. Let's just give people a new ability. Okay. Cities of Sigmar. Let's start here. Dawnbringer Crusades. Any model with 1 wound counts as 2 models when contesting objectives not wholly within your territory. What I want to do here, the goal behind this change was to make all the 1 wound various infantry people better, like useful. Do something, Okay,
Yeah.
like have some kind of function, and letting them play the objective game more strongly could be an incentive to going back to units of dudes. The challenge is going to be that Phoenix Guard still remain the far and away best choice with this new rule. So in response to that, Phoenix Guard up 10, 15, could be 20 points, right? Something like that, to where now you can get 20 basically other dudes who count as 40 versus 10 Phoenix Guard who are only counting as 20, right? So that being my solution here. So Phoenix Guard up 10 to 20 points. Phoenix is up, both of them. Fire Phoenix up a little. Frost Phoenix up more. Demigryphs, Luminarch, Hammers, Dwarf Hammers down. Other scrolls, they probably need a rewrite. Like, I tried to figure out ways we could save the Dark Elves, and my honest answer is some of those scrolls are just so bad. I can't get them to a cheap enough points where I felt like this would be a reasonable choice against the other stuff that exists without doing like major surgery.
Yeah, don't agree. I don't disagree. I'd probably maybe tack on Iron Drakes getting a point increase as well, but
oh yeah, that could be another one. Yeah, a small points increase for Iron Drake seems
reasonable. Just not a huge one, just a little bit of one, because that's the other standout unit. If we're bringing up Phoenix Guard, yeah, if we're bringing up Phoenix Guard a little bit, might as well bring them up too.
Totally agreed. Yep, I missed him, but you're exactly right. And Gotrek up small. I threw him in the cities thing, right? So
I really like your narrative. It's kind of a nice narrative choice with only for objectives, not wholly within your territory.
Yeah, because they got to crusade out, right? They're conquering new territory. Like, I tried to think what would be the cool narrative thing in line with what's currently happening in the story, and it's the Dawnbringer Crusades, right?
Yeah.
You saw the picture of the Dawnbringer Crusade. It's not like a bunch of monsters. It's people. It's the people going out and settling, right? And so I think that this could be a cool way to bring that back. And if assuming the Phoenix Guard and the Iron Drakes get more expensive to appropriately balance out the other ones, stuff like Hammers or what is it, Ironbeards, or not Ironbeards, or Iron Breakers, Iron Breakers, I combine those two. Iron Breakers might become pretty interesting, right? Even just basic Free Guild Guard might become a pretty interesting choice, because if you can have 10 super cheap dudes and run them out there on objectives, not in your territory, you know, that's pretty cool that you could have that, like, that's 20 guys effectively, right?
Yeah.
So
it's interesting. There might be some, and I'm not sure. I was looking at the point values of some of these one wound units. 85 points for 10 Free Guild Guard. Is that too cheap if they're counting as 2 models?
I don't think so. I really don't, given their stats. Because again, because you can't sit at home, right? And that's the key. It's the wholly within your territory trick, right? Now I understand. Yeah, some are on the line, whatever. Okay, thank you. Actually, and like but they're still fragile as. Those aren't good units, right? They're chaffy things. But this gives them some function. It could make a lot of the dwarf units really interesting, because those are guys with like very defined roles, actually. In a utility unit, an anvil unit, and a literal hammer unit. I'm sorry, go ahead, Alice.
Yeah, no, I was just saying it's a book filled with absurd levels of padding. But now that they've had more time to experiment with weird and unique ideas, there's room to take another crack at these and give them some weird utility use. It may not be competitive, but there's so much potential for just weird stuff that you could include.
Yeah, and this felt like it fit our restrictions, right? The casual focused, like, this is going to make a lot of casual players who want to run, even if you do really love the Dark Elf stuff, and that's what you want to run. Great. Those things, even though they might not be the best units, right? Suddenly they've got some objective play. It's pretty cool that suddenly Corsairs or Dark Shards or whatever, Dark Spears, can actually like get in there and play the objective game in some kind of way. Again, the focus of this is the casual player, somebody who wants to feel like they get use out of their army, and to me, this does that. Now, again, the competitive player is going to look and go, but that's fine. Here's my 5 or 6 units that are clearly the best choices. Yeah, I don't care. Great. As long as we've properly pushed Phoenix Guard and probably, as you said, Iron Drakes up, they don't become the de facto, and there's still a discussion there. I'll take 5 or 6 potential choices, right?
Yeah.
Definitely makes like Eternal Guard a lot more compelling, which are 125 right now. Nobody's playing Eternal Guard. They were getting played quite a bit in 2.0. As far as cities go, you'd see them every once in a while at least. But yeah, this would suddenly make like an Eternal Guard unit pretty viable. So yeah, I dig it.
Right on. All right. So there you go. Cities. And again, none of these are meant to go at the end. You're like, oh, they're fixed. that can't be. I can't fix a whole book through a data slate, right? Like we're trying to like we're trying to give everybody something that gives them more play, more reason to care, to love, to be in on the army, stuff to find. That's all, right? And yes, the sorceress. The sorceress on Black Dragon, Coach said give her a better save than a 5-up. Like, I agree, but my honest answer, Coach, is even if I gave her a 3-up, I'm not sure that would save her. But sure, let's just say she gets a 3-up. Why not? Okay.
As free.
Yeah, just I don't think it's going to save her, but I'll still give it to her. Okay, Daughters of Cain. Guess what? Kneecap.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Because this is one of the Sinister Six. So, Marathi command ability. Remove the ability to shoot in the hero phase. It becomes a melee command ability only. Basically like the Slaughter Queen. No more hero phase shooting. Bow snakes are perfectly dangerous already. We didn't need them shooting twice. It was fine. So, get rid of that. No more shooting in the hero phase out of bow snakes. And then maybe some other unit is actually worth taking. And then life takers, slight points up.
One thing I'll add, this is more of a general thing, but Marathi is the best one to talk about it. Do not much care for the limit of 3 wounds per turn thing. I think Marathi is the least bad case of it, because at least they did put in that limitation that she can't be healed. But I don't much care for hard caps on damage like that, because it's a very non-interactive mechanic. But that's probably going outside the bound of it. That's probably not going to go anywhere because it's been such a core part of it. But from a personal standpoint, not wild about it.
Sure. Chase said, who is the Spider-Man in this analogy if Daughters is in the Sinister Six? And that is obviously Gloomspite Gits, the spider people. They're obviously the spider goblin in this universe. But there you go. So, yep, there it is. That's my fixes. You could also argue about moving Marathi's points up a little. I didn't do it here because I hit her command ability, but I can still see the argument of her going up some.
I think it's fine on that. I mean, again, I can see Alice's point about the difference, or in general, like there's a point to be made about the difference between maybe casuals and competitive. I tend to think that Marathi is largely fine, quote, from a competitive standpoint, if you have an army that can chip damage her. Your 3 wounds and you move on with your life.
Right.
If you do that, and that's how you play Daughters. If you know how to play Daughters of Cain, if you have an army that can at least do some chip damage. If you don't, yeah, she's a pain. I think she's fine, absolutely fine at 660 points if we're kneecapping, which we probably should do. Yeah, remove the hero face shooting.
Yeah, I mean, like her hero face shooting command ability is toxic. It's completely warping the army, right? It destroys the internal balance of the book.
Yeah,
and there's still meaningful differentiation between the Slaughter Queen, because it's like what, 3 inches on the Slaughter Queen command ability. I think you literally have to be in combat to be able to activate.
It's longer than that. She has
a little longer than that
thing, yeah, but it's
okay. Not wholly within
12
24
or something, not 24 like her ridiculous.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, there's plenty of differentiation there, and yeah, the points are, I think, fine on snake bows at 170. Like they're very playable in my opinion at 170 outside of Marathi, for example. Somebody just took a ton of them and did pretty well in a list that I saw recently with no Marathi. So,
yeah. Right. Yeah, it's still an option. We might need to go farther. Like snake bows might need to come up even a little more, right? Go up to like, maybe 190, 195, like approaching Judicator levels. I don't know. But at least this would be a start. This would be a start. Okay. Fire Slayers. I'm going to start at the beginning here. Please just give this army a new book. We think we're going to get one because we just saw the Fire Slayer character, or clear rumor engine, I should say, I guess. I'm guessing it's a character. I don't know that. But, like, in lieu of that, there are some points changes we could make. I agree with you completely, Alice. You made the point about Volkites, right? Like Volkites just don't have a role, so you could take Volkites down. One thing we do want to be careful of is the yo-yo syndrome. I talk about it here because this is always the case, right? Like people will say, why not just knock these points way, 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 way down, right? And it's like, well, because then you're going to get yo-yo syndrome, and you will feel worse. So we take Volkites, I don't know what they are now, but we take them down to like 60 points or something stupid, right? Just like, whoo, we shoot them way down. Then the book comes out and they get good rules and they shoot way up. You will feel the pain of that way up, and it will be way worse than the enjoyment you got out of the brief time they were way down, right? It's the yo-yo syndrome. You've got to watch that, because otherwise you can just get into this vicious circle where things are all constantly trying to circle down, right?
Yeah.
And certainly, I know I saw some people say Fire Slayers need more models. Maybe. Like, I'm not opposed to that, right? But look, Ironjaws has 7 units, and it's one of the most brutal armies in the meta. And it's incredibly fun to play. It's probably too good, right? And, like, you don't actually need a ton of units to be a good book. You can get by with, like, 7 units. It's kind of all you need. That's a functional army. It can happen. You can write an interesting book with 7 units. I'm not saying don't give these guys more units. I'm fine with it if we do. Like, having cool stuff like magma monsters or, golems or stuff like that would be sweet as. And I dig the heck out of it. Like, there'd actually be aesthetics I like in this army then, because those all sound awesome. But we don't have to do that. Like, we can also work within this space. So yeah, my basic points thing was Volkites down, Magmas down, but please just give them a new book.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tyler, any other thoughts on Fire Slayers?
That's good. I mean, what a world to live in that a pure melee army might be too good. That was like
Ironjaws might be too good. Yeah.
that was the defining acid test that I had for 3.0. Essentially, like we talked about originally. And yeah, we certainly got there. But yeah, anyway.
Yeah, Autumn is not wrong. I have always been against more Ironjaws units. My bias is very well established. That army is perfect. Don't you touch it. I need nothing. Maybe I will allow for a mega boss on a pig. That is it. End of list. I'll accept 1 unit. Okay. Idneth Deepkin. New book likely incoming. Like, I didn't have any big changes here. There's a rumor engine that supports it. It's the oldest current book. Go ahead, Alice.
Yeah, and on a positive note, and it's not really any specific changes I want to make, but I think it's on a positive trajectory. They seem to be acknowledging the issue with it. Initially, really the only valid thing you'd see in tournament play was eel spam, which was actually pretty solid. It wasn't like you were just getting by. It was pretty good. But that's not fun. It's probably got some of the most gorgeous models in the game, so I wanted to see more of that stuff. And we're getting there now. Now that's a little more like shark spam, but it's not to the same degree that the eels were. You see the turtle out there every once in a while, which is possibly one of my favorite models in the game. It's adorable. So it's on a positive trajectory. So I think it needs a new book to get anywhere, but it shows they're moving in the right direction, which is at least encouraging if a new book is coming.
Agreed. It's when you look at the changes they made in Broken Realms, right, or whenever that happened. I think it was Broken Realms, right? That feels right. I don't know.
Yeah. It was the first Broken Realms book, Marathi.
Thank you. There we go. Yeah, that's right. There was a lot of good things that they seem to actually be understanding the army better. I hope that trajectory continues, and we see, like, again, that they understand different roles, and that sort of Idneth as a mixed arms force becomes more of the way to play it. Because when it's on the table as a mixed arms force with lots of different units, it's one of the most gorgeous armies that they've made, right? When you've got like some Namarti, some eels on the flank, a turtle in the center, right? A couple of heroes mixed in, the dude on his seahorse thing. Like, it's pretty gorgeous as a force, and it looks good. I want that to be the right way. You know what I mean? Like the sort of modal outcome, as it were.
I think I always forget his exact name, but the guy with the like waterfall cape is one of the most brilliant and beautiful models they've ever come up with.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, the Eidolon.
Yeah, Vince, the lists have been trending that way. Like that's a lot of the item at the list that I see out there at tournaments. Yeah, there are
For
these
sure.
combined arms, amazing list. Yeah.
Yeah. I do support crabblery, like cavalry,
Yeah.
but
If
crabblery. Sure.
there's gonna be riots at in Nottingham if they don't integrate crabs into whatever's coming up.
Right, right.
Absolutely.
Make the new hero a crab. Do it, you
Yeah,
coward.
exactly. Put that guy on a crab. That whatever that new hero is from last week's Rumor Engine, it better just be a dude still riding
No,
on
he
a
should
crab.
be the crab.
I
Just make the crab.
put the sword. That sword that we saw is just on a crab's back. Yeah, I'm in for it. I'm totally in for it. Yeah. So good stuff there. I'm completely supportive of this. I also want to shout out that somebody said put in a new unit. They wanted to see the Kraken, like unleash the Kraken is what they said. And
Yeah, that'd be great.
somebody watching the show called the Kraken who's like, put me in, which really made me laugh.
There's so many great sea monsters still out there that they could still use. So
So
I'd
shout
like,
out to
I'd like to
the
I'd like
Kraken.
to see expanded and used.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. All right. Caradron Overlords. Caradron, I don't know.
Who cares?
Right.
That's right, every one of you players. I'm calling you out.
That's right, all 12 of you. No, it's not Fire Slayers. Come on, there's at least 30 of these people. We got to be careful. The angry dwarf contingent will come for us. We'll end up in the. I'm already in the Book of Grudges so many times. At this point, it doesn't matter. But anyways, here's my fixes for Caradron Overlords. The Ironclad counts as a monster when contesting objectives only, i.e., it counts as 5, not 2. It can't do stomps and roars and stuff because it's a boat, but it counts as 5. It's their biggest ship. It shouldn't be 2.
Good change. I'm for it.
Yeah, it's like an 18 wound model, for God's sakes. And then up to 1 unit garrisoned in a ship can be counted towards total models contesting an objective. That ship is also contesting. Okay. Only 1 unit in the garrison. So you don't get to like pile on all the heroes and everything. Like, you got 25 dudes in an Ironclad. It's probably not all 1 unit, right? Just the nature of the thing, because that would just not, you can't get to 25 through any unit combination, right? So, but 1 unit garrison in the ship, which would basically mean your 15 Thunderers, since that's now their cap if they're battle line, or your 20 Arco if you picked 10 Arco. Okay. Or 10 Arco and then reinforced them once.
Right.
And then Sky Wardens down. Somebody said Endrin Riggers, Joshua, I guess, said Endrin Riggers should also come down. That might be, Endrin Riggers, you're probably also right, but I'm definitely Sky Wardens need to come down. They're not doing enough. So. But the garrison thing was interesting. I wanted to give them more objective play because that seems like their weakness without improving their shooting. Right? My answer to like how to make them more competitive wasn't let's fix their shooting or make their shooting worse. Like, no.
Sure.
Please no.
Yeah.
So this was my
I Caradron Overlords, they bring up really mixed feelings with me. I think in terms of as the army's actual playstyle is bad for the game because I don't like the idea of a shooting army in Age of Sigmar. Even if they're not the worst culprits of it right now.
Sure.
But it's definitely what they were sold on as being like the shooting army. I don't think it's great. But on the other hand, they're super cool models and have super cool lore, so I don't want them to go away.
Yeah.
So let them keep their gimmick. Just don't let it overpower the game.
Yep.
I really like this. I mean, Caradron are in a perfectly fine place in the meta. I think a lot of that has to do with how much they struggle on objective play. And the safe stacking is a challenge as well because it's an army of -1, mostly Rens, some -2 Ren here and there. They don't have monsters. But yeah, they're perfectly fine from a meta competitive standpoint. This would give them a little bit, but yeah, you got to have some models that are not just hanging out in boats the whole time. It's just 1 unit. So yeah, man. And the monster with Ironclad gives some differentiation to the frigate, which I really like. Because at the point cost right now, I tend to think the answer in KO is 2 frigates over an Ironclad.
Often. Yeah. I like Mark Andre's idea as well. He said Aether Gold for any reinforced unit. So like current limitations of who gets Aether Gold, or if the unit is reinforced. Meaning that if you then had 6 Balloon Boys, So if you took a reinforced unit of balloon boys, like 6 Sky Wardens or Endrinriggers, that could be another interesting way to solve the Sky Warden Endrinrigger problem. Is if you reinforce them once, then they get an Aether Gold, which could be cool. They could get a share. Because the problem is right now they suddenly lost out on their ability to ever get shares of Aether Gold outside of the particular Skyport that they can. I think there's one where if they kill something, then they can get one. I don't remember. But when those units suddenly became capped at 9 and it's 10, you either have to have 10 models or be a boat to get an Aether Gold, right? So, yeah. Okay. Cool. So there you go. That's the fix there. But I really like the idea of the share on reinforced Sky Wardens and them. And again, that wouldn't it doesn't greatly increase their power. It just gives them, that's an interesting counterplay there. And what you want is to see them have reasons to kind of use all their units. And that's why I like the garrison thing, because then you want a regular unit and a boat, because you need both things to take advantage of that, right? It's kind of pushing in both directions. Lumineth Realm Lords. Okay, I'm going to make some people angry, but my honest answer is I would love to see these guys get a new not bloated book. It would help other worse armies if these guys just got a book. Honest answer.
Why not? They got a book within 6 months. Just do it again.
Sure, just make it an annual thing. But my answer is, really, if we give them a new book that firmly seats them in the fat middle, it kills one of the Sinister Six, and by killing one of the Sinister Six, we actually bring, other armies can then come up, right?
Yeah.
But barring that, there's still changes we should make immediately. Number 1, foxes lose the enemy turn move. This seems so stupidly obvious. I can't believe this ever flew for even 5 seconds.
Yeah, it's absurd. I'm sure Lumineth players love it. Nobody else does.
No, yeah, it's completely nonsense. I don't understand how we ever got through an FAQ cycle with this being the case. And then Total Eclipse. Either one, every time LRL use a command, so this is now Total Eclipse new function. Okay, cast spell and Total Eclipse assume the same casting value. Either every time LRL use a command ability on a 5+, they don't expend the CP. This is the one I like. Basically, it gives them more, they get a refund on a third of their command points.
Okay.
Or number 2, as per current, but only applies on a 5+ to the enemy. So you would say, when they spend a command point, they roll a die. On a 5-up, they must spend 2. If they can't, they don't use the command ability, right? Whatever. They can't, blah, blah, blah. Something like that. You'd have to get janky with the wording. This is the problem. You'd have to get janky with the wording. Can I try to use it again? It still counts as that use being expended, but you don't actually burn the command point. You understand what I'm saying? You'd have to get real janky wording in there, Tyler. I know this is your version you like.
Yeah.
The challenge with it is, if you go that direction, then you've got to make all these weird conditions, because otherwise you're going to be I try to all-out attack. Oh, I can't? Okay, cool. I try to all-out attack, right?
Right.
So my solution here is easy. If you just make it so it ramps their command points, they're already not starving for command points, so they can have more. Cool. So it doesn't. You're Tyler, your pushback was but they already get a bunch. They already don't have a lot of command points, and I'm yeah, okay. Or they already don't have a challenge with command points. I was okay. Lots of armies have average spells. That's fine.
I guess my point, this just immediately drops off the map if we do 1. And it might drop off on the map if we do 2 as well. I don't know if we quite hit this one in terms of if we want to make this still relevant.
Okay, here's what I'm going to ask you a question for, Tyler. Here we go. You ready? Forget Total Eclipse. Forget this spell for a second, okay? You have a new spell in your Iron Jaws. Cast on an 8. From now until your next hero phase, anytime you spend a command point, it refunds on a 5+. How's that spell sound to you?
Yeah, pretty good.
Right. Okay. Pretty good, right? Here's the trick. In almost every army, that would not be out of the contention. That would be an auto-include. Because it's so freaking powerful.
Well, Iron Jaws are, they're looking for all the CP they can munch on every turn. So yeah, they would love to have that. A lot of armies. Yeah, that's fair. It doesn't change the fact though that Lumineth are swimming in CP right now.
Right.
And I agree with your point. It points to the shrine might be doing a little too much in terms of what it does.
Sure.
with the amount of CP. What, it's 10 free CP you get from that silly thing?
Yeah, the shrine, yeah.
But no, it's a fair point. That's what do you think about either of these, or do you think neither of them quite hit the mark?
Um, I think the 5 up, and it applies to the enemy. I admit I actually had to look it up. Remember to learn what that spell did. Because as someone who plays OBR, it doesn't affect me, which explains why I've never encountered it. But now that I
Immune.
have looked it up on my phone and read it, thank you for GW. The one thing I use that app for, is I think the 5 up, even if an enemy uses a command ability, keeps the spirit of the spell while also diminishing it a bit.
Right? Yeah.
I mean, my big changes if I weren't being conservative and real would be like total eclipse, please delete from book, or something like that. Like, I'd take an even bigger swing.
Just cut it out. You guys have enough good stuff already. You don't need.
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine.
Yeah,
It is crazy
there's
powerful.
there's other stuff that I dislike about Lumineth, like the next thing you talk about.
Yeah, sure. So the prickly issue of Sentinels. Again, because I was trying to be realistic and conservative, I said Sentinels up 20 potentially remove their ability to be battle line. My problem with the potentially removing battle line is it's kind of the idea of the army that like they work in this tandem and it's all the Venari stuff, and like I get it. I get why there's the wardens came along so the archers back them up. It's this classic kind of army construction, right? And I just don't think they would like do something like get rid of power of Heish in this change or get rid of their mortal wounds. I mean, my preferred change was Sentinels. I'll be completely honest with all of you. Like if I was taking a big swing, my Sentinel change would be to push them up points and get rid of their mortal wounds when they're lofting. Okay, so like in other words, whenever they can't see their target. In other words, if they have to use the longer range shot, the 30-inch shot, they just don't get access to the mortal wounds. It turns off only when they can sort of see the enemy. But whatever.
I'd probably even get kind of aggressive with it and say take off the mortal wound thing by default. Your spell gives you a 6-up. But that's probably
which could be fine. That would be an interesting one as well. So, yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I also mentioned today, Vince, the Lambent Light is in my view, a huge part. I mean, there's a number of variables, but Lambent Light is generally a huge part of this, particularly in Techless builds, because Techless, in most games, he's going to be able to get that off through a spell portal, or you have your Lore Seeker within buff range, and you've got a reroll, and Lore Seeker is a little more risky, meaning Lore Seeker is up the board, taps within 18 inches of a key target. But in general, you're probably doing it through a spell portal with Lambent Light, and it's about auto, and then it's just reroll hits, and the reroll hits is the really toxic part, or one of the toxic parts of this.
Absolutely. It's a hat on a hat. It's terrible. And Hades, you are straight out of your mind. I mean, I guarantee if I did a survey that was like, are Sentinels fine, and put that out to the vast majority of AOS players somehow, I would get like an 80%, 90% hit rate of they hate it. Like, Sentinels are the boogeyman. They're the constant, oh, this thing is good. Oh, but Sentinels. Like, they are literally one of the most abusive units in the game right now.
Yeah, when analyzing that battle force that came out with the Bastilla, I was like, I mean, this other armies would kill to have something like this.
Right.
Oh, sure.
But over here.
Absolutely. Oh, I love that thing when I first saw it. Yeah.
Now, I do agree with Hades' point that long range, like 25-inch plus range, should be reserved for either artillery or very specific shooting. Like,
it feels like that should be the point of artillery.
That I do agree with completely. Yes. Like, their range is simply too long. And, we talked about that and mentioned it slightly earlier. Like, the combination of long range plus mortal wounds equals bad time.
And it's
pretty straightforward math.
It's hiding a lot of point issues with this book.
Right.
This is one of the things that Haywell mentioned on his stream, that this book has a lot of units that are overcosted and they're not getting played right now because of Sentinels are doing what they're doing. Yeah.
That's fair. Yeah. So.
And it's heroes, it's the cows, it's, I mean, these wind chargers, as you name them, they haven't exactly been part of a lot of winning lists yet.
No, indeed. Well, losing their battalion obviously was a huge change, right? Because that was what it was allowing a lot of the jank.
Totally. Yeah. So a lot of, as you got here, a lot of units need to go down to balance this. It's kind of the Idness situation. The Sentinels are the eels right now, and it's kind of not leading a lot of things not getting played. So.
Yep, I agree. The Sentinels are patching over and keeping them in the Sinister Six. right? And like if we just killed Sentinels, I think it would be too much of a blow to the army. Like, believe me, I want to kill Sentinels and make them not the boogeyman they are. Like, I want them to be a valid choice and part of the army that's doing some nice archer shooting to support your melee units in a reasonable way, right? Like, that's fine. There's plenty of supportive archer units in the game that don't break it, right? But like that means some other stuff has to come down, and things like Stone Guard, the whatever the new sword masters are, like, you know, those kinds of things just need some adjustments. They would have to come down, right?
One of the kind of last thought on this. So when I was playtesting Lumineth, you know me, I'm not interested in shooting, a lot of shooting. So I was just trying out like 20 or 30. Usually just 2x10. 2x10, I don't know where they started out. They're like maybe 140. I know they went up, and we had 3.0, which went up in general across the board. They felt very reasonable at 2x10 in a list. Like, yeah, they do a little bit, but they didn't do a whole lot. So the point being, if now you're paying like what, you'd be paying 170
Yeah, sounds
per
right. Yep.
tenor, but 340 points for 2x10. I suspect that a lot of Lumineth players would feel like they're not going to get 340 points of value out of those 18 shots, let's say, or one unit of 20 at 19 shots for 340 points. I could be wrong. So to me, it's more about like, maybe let's address Lambent Light in particular. I don't know. I find that to be the most toxic part of this whole combination.
That's fair.
Is Lambent Light. Make it +1 to hit, take that away, and then make Sentinel, maybe keep them where they are right now. It might fix them.
Well, if you killed Lambent Light and got rid of the Loft Mortal Wounds, I think I'd be okay with keeping them where they are. Sure. Like, it's the Loft Mortal Wounds. Like, again, being able to push Mortal Wound shooting, especially on a 5-up, to 30 inches, that's bad. Adding the rerolls, worse.
It's horrific. Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Yep. Okay. All right. Seraphon. Okay, so here's my one time. They on the 40K data slate, they went in and messed with a couple of scrolls, but not a huge amount. I guess they're data something. I don't know. Whatever they're called over there. Are they called data slates? I don't know what they're called. I'm gonna call them war scrolls. They went in and messed with a couple of war scrolls. Here's one I wanted to mess with. Okay.
Sheets.
Kreuger. Hades said this whole segment is fun detected. Hey, look, you're right. And sometimes I'm going to be fun destroyed because a lot of if one person is having fun at the sacrifice of 8 other people who aren't, yeah, it's time for your fun to go. It's fun for me to swing my arms until I punch everybody in the face around me in a crowded room. But I'm also going to do a lot to try to like help everybody else. And this is so Kreuger. +1 attack, move the Ren to -2, +1 damage. No points change. Exactly where they are now.
It's funny. When I did the faction focus for Seraphon, you know what the first comment I got was? Someone saying to me, "Are you saying that my poor croc cigars aren't good?" And and I'm like, buddy, I mean, I'm not saying that you can't use them, but no, they're not good. But yeah, they're people love those little dorks, so I would love them to actually be good.
Yeah, and just like turning these guys into a super cool hammer, right? By the way, you could also make the moon hammer optional, so they can all just use the big slammy things, right? Then, you know, Kreuger suddenly become super sweet. And I mean, like, at least maybe not super sweet, but they at least become in the conversation because we're talking then about 5 attack dudes on their B4s and 3s, 3s and 3s if a skink unit's nearby, -2 rend, 3 damage.
Yeah. Pretty
Like,
good.
that's real damage. Right? Now,
I hope they don't have this. I hope they don't have the skink keyword.
Right. They don't. They don't. And that's still a challenge, right? They're still not, you still can't buff them very much and all of that. But hey, they're kind of a nice standalone hammer that can do a lot of damage if they get into something. Like, it's the best I could think of without like going in and doing major surgery to it, right? And again, I don't want to just randomly throw the skink keyword at them for no reason. So that suddenly they can take a bunch of buffs. Like, no, all the buffs are the problem in Seraphon. Let's not add more of that. Let's make some modular units, right, that aren't necessarily relying on the buffs, that are compelling in a different way. So. Yeah.
I like it. Kind of giving them the paladin treatment that we just saw with Stormcast.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So just having a good unit, right? Just it's just a good unit.
There's space for independent operators, and I think that the idea that everything needs to be, buff bots for days,
Right.
it can be exhausting to play, and Seraphon is already full of that stuff.
Sure.
100% agreed. Salamanders up to 150. Screw you, salamanders. You're the worst.
They're not fun.
They're the worst because they are a unit that is somehow ridiculously amazing in shooting and melee, and just this shouldn't happen.
Yeah.
Just kicking mortals everywhere, rending everywhere. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Alice.
No, I'm agreeing with everything you're saying. I don't know where they got the idea that let's have the mortal wound thing be both a ranged and melee thing.
Right. That does it in both with ablative wounds.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good stuff.
Really good. Awesome stuff. Yeah. With you on that.
Right. The Skink Chief on Steg and the Old Blood on Carno down a little points wise. And then some other adjustments up and down were appropriate. We all know what's played and what's not played. Yeah. Like, that is to say, Saurus units probably need some attention. I could see base Saurus getting like the 2 wound treatment and then readjusting their points. That could be an interesting way to go with them. Like, I'm almost afraid of that at the same time because then they might go the wrong direction as they move into elite. That might actually have more of a downside than an upside. Yeah. So there you go. Assistant Ref said give Carnosaur the rend it deserves instead of cutting points. It's already cheap as chips since a crime. Those jaws are only neg 1 rend. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Yeah. I could see that also being the case. Like, to just rend, to up-rend him. Yeah, I could go that direction as well. 100%.
Totally.
Yep. Okay. So, yeah, I would take either of those. 100% take either of those. I would. The rend would be great on him. It is a T-Rex. It is kind of ridiculous that his jaws are neg rend. So.
I don't know if they deliberately designed him to be a horde killer. I mean, that's certainly what it felt like when that new book came out. And obviously, we've not been in a horde meta, so. But yeah, it's a weird choice either way. Yeah, neg 2 rend, absolutely.
Sure, I'm perfectly good with that. No issues at all. And again, that feels like a pretty small change, right? Like they just be like, the jaws of this thing, neg 2 rend. Okay, great, cool. Stormcast. It's a lot of order armies. Did you notice that? Am I the first person to notice there's a lot of order armies? It's weird, right? Nobody notices that. Nobody talks about that.
I commented a long time ago that it's bizarre to me that Order became the we don't really know where to put these guys faction. I feel like that should be Destruction.
Yes. Yeah. I also want to shout out Brian S. I will leave Seraphon behind by saying give Carnosaur Claw attacks a 0.25 inch range. Because he has little arms. Those guys they have big arms though. The actual Carnosaur does have full size arms. Okay. So Stormcast. Clarify holy commands can be taken as enhancements, but they cannot be duplicated.
Yeah.
Okay. So, sure. Yep. Remove the shoot in the hero phase command. Replace it with something else. I don't know, anything else. Whatever. Like, you may have noticed a trend here. I know it's only once a game. It's still toxic as gone.
Yeah. Our Joe Cryer did a tournament with the new dragons. In a tournament, he did some scratch build Storm Drake riders, and a tournament allowed it using the new points. Still isn't enough. He absolutely tabled like 4 out of 5 of them. Nice attempts, but the point value wasn't really the problem.
That's an interesting one, Alice, because I mean, we're going to get into it with fulminators, which do need to go up. But of course, when you look at the math on fulminators versus dragons, I mean, there are some different elements going on. It's not just pure looking at the damage output between the two of them. With that said, I mean, fulminators are quite a bit better in terms of the damage output. And they still got pretty good mobility. And when I think about it, dragons remind me of sentinels. And they're a threat. They appear to be a threshold force scroll. Or when you're just adding a unit of Stormdrake Guard to your list, that's it. You just got 2 dragons. I think it might feel a little overcosted even at 340 would be my guess. I don't think it's going to feel undercosted is the point.
Whereas, yeah, it does appear that we still may have the situation where you span them and we haven't addressed it yet.
Sure.
I'm not sure what to do about that.
Yeah, it's interesting.
There are these threshold war scrolls in the game.
Where they become worse in mass, right? Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
Critical mass, I guess, would be
That's
a
a great
better
way to put it.
description.
Yeah, when you reach critical mass, yeah. But Chase said, based on GW tournament rules, they think that holy commands or unique enhancements can only be taken once. I agree with you. That's my reading too. By the way, I don't think this is unclear. I just think that it's that a lot of people have construed it as unclear. So please just put in the FAQ so we can end this discussion and I can stop arguing with people. That's FAQ literally means frequently asked question. It doesn't mean rules change.
Yeah.
Right? So, sometimes it's just good to even if it is the way something works, it's good to just kind of get it out there. So I just want to see the remove the shoot in the hero phase command because it's garbage. It shouldn't be there. Basically, all shooting in the hero phase should probably be removed. I don't mind fighting in the hero phase as much. It's whatever as long as it's constrained in the right ways. But because at least your unit has to go get in combat and is like playing the game, not just sitting back and being like, pew, 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 I risk nothing. Pew, pew, pew. Yeah, exactly. That's no good.
All right, Tex, go play 40K if you want.
Exactly. Yep. Yes, as assistant ref said, fighting in the hero phase requires setup beforehand. I agree. Like you've got to get there, survive, roll back to your theoretically roll through an enemy turn, then come back to your turn sometimes, right? Depending on how the turn order is structured. So yeah. It's so much more balanced than shooting in the hero phase. Okay. Long strikes up 20 at minimum if the holy command is not removed. That's an at minimum. Even if the holy command is removed, I still think they should bump slightly. And fulminator's up at least 15, which would put him at 245. Like we have to admit that fulminators are simply better.
Yeah.
Guys.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And then lots of small decreases to other scrolls that just aren't seeing play. Vanquishers, Evocators, a lot of other heroes. Like, why is the Lord Veritant, ridiculously more expensive than the Lord Relictor, who he is horribly inferior to? Just things like that.
Yeah, and it's a similar situation with Lumineth. It's a lot of war scrolls, that need point adjustments down to be more compelling. Kiddicators especially. Oh my god, Kiddicators are way too much right now.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, we could go through a long list, but yeah, it's a lot. So, but
Andrew if we do, said, how is Lumineth bloated book, but Stormcast isn't? Stormcast has really smooth, streamlined, easy to play rules. Like I could hand anybody the Stormcast book, and if I handed them their army, they would be like, "Oh, this is easy. Okay, I get exactly how to do this." The rules are streamlined, they're simple, they're effective. It's very newbie friendly. Stormcast is bloated by having 70 X war scrolls, 73, 39 of which are heroes. That's bloat. Lumineth is bloated in game design. In its rules are a convoluted stack upon stack upon stack, hat on a hat mess, full of reactionary abilities, complicated interactions, timing confusion, and all sorts of other nonsense that people forget. I would never in a million years give even a relatively new person a Lumineth army. Ever. The most common thing said by a Lumineth player is, hold on, wait a minute, I forgot something. That's why.
I've been a big proponent of when people ask, what's the first army? What army should I start with? Because this is my first army and I want to play the game. I've always been a big proponent of, pick what you think looks cool because stuff's going to change. And also you'll be able to put much more energy into stuff that either looks cool or matches your play style. And if you have the wherewithal, you'll learn how to play. So don't worry too much about the difficulty of a new army. Every army is going to seem intimidating at first. But, if you have the wherewithal to learn it, then you will learn it. Lumineth being the one exception that I think that a new player, unless they are really dedicated, may want to reconsider.
Yeah, I think, honestly, as it stands right now, the armies I wouldn't hand a new person, like a brand new person, would be Lumineth, Skaven, and Caradhran Overlords would be the three. Because I think all three of those have some challenges with new people.
Probably Tzeentch too. Yeah, wavelength.
Yeah,
Um,
Tzeentch is yeah.
Tzeentch
good
is
call.
powerful, but if you don't know how to screen or all that nonsense, you're going to collapse really fast.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
I don't
Okay.
get the Stormcast hate. Like, I mean, I get the mod. You know, people don't like the models, but I think it's such a well-designed book. Like the direction, for the most part, yeah, it was a home run to me. And the army feels great to play for casuals or hyper-competitive players, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
yeah, it's a blast.
Yep, I've really really enjoyed the new book. I've had so much fun playing it. You know, obviously, I've only gotten it in one tournament so far, but I've had God, I don't know at this point 20, 25 games with my Stormcast probably, and just had a tremendously good time with them. So you know, I really enjoy them, and obviously, Ratcast Hill. Here we go. All right, Sylvaneth. Okay, Tyler, this is just for you, buddy. Here we go.
Yeah.
All right, Sylvaneth. Rules: shrouded by magic. While a Sylvaneth unit is wholly within 6 inches of a wildwood, they gain a ward of 6+.
Yes, please.
Because they have a big problem with mortal wounds. So this makes them a little tougher. And you can now drop. You can now do one little tree. So that you could have wildwoods around. Tree Lords gain the Sylvaneth Wildwood keyword. Speaking of the rule I just mentioned, so Tree Lords can walk along with your troops and give them a 6+ ward because he is himself a Sylvaneth Wildwood, which would be cool.
You have in mind that you could teleport to a Tree Lord as
Yeah,
part of
sure,
that? Is that what
absolutely.
you're
Yeah, you
thinking?
can teleport to a Tree Lord as long as you can meet the,
Yeah,
normal distance requirements, right?
right.
I would quibble with that. I would argue, hear me out. I would argue that I would say, if you're going to do that, change the rule to teleporting between specifically awakened wildwood. And the reason I say that is because the Sylvaneth, monsters, the Tree Lords, and so on, they can be surprisingly resilient. And
Oh, yeah.
I think that being able to move them around almost freely would make teleportation just a little bit too powerful. When it's based around deliberate placement of forests. But I don't know. I could be overthinking it.
No, it's a fair pushback. I'd want to play it to see exactly how it works, but I will say that I love the idea of Tree Lords having value. That's my main goal here. I'm trying to get these regular Tree Lords into the game and make base monsters useful and interesting. Just I'm willing to overcompensate to get a regular guy in there.
That's fair. We're brainstorming here.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Again, just so we all know, none of this is perfect. This is kind of the stuff that I think would be directionally where I'd want to go. The John Byer, could you teleport a Tree Lord to himself? Yes, sure. Wow, I'm here. But you were already there. But now I'm here again. Okay.
So the height of, as I was going to say, as Vince knows, the height of my COVID insanity was writing my own Sylvaneth rules. And so actually I worked out a lot of the details on this. I think I got it to a pretty good place. Not that I'd have to look back and remember that was one thing that, yeah, you had to X that, being able to teleport yourself. Yeah, there had to be some restrictions in place, but it ultimately felt pretty good. But that was in 2.0 when we didn't have, like we talked about Sylvaneth and then get like +5 to save stacking. I mean, these things are a lot more resilient other than the mortal wounds. So yeah, maybe you're right. It would have to be play tested.
Sure. And Andrew Fairbanks, is the Ancient also a Wildwood? No, only regular Tree Lords. Because otherwise, then if I give it to the other guys, then nobody takes this dude again. I'm trying to make this guy interesting. He's the shepherd of the trees. That's what he is. So that's his job. He goes around and shepherds the trees, and hence it's in the name there. It's in the name. Can a Tree Lord teleport another Tree Lord to a third Tree Lord? Yes. Okay.
Why not?
And then Alariel, this unit has a 5+ ward. Plus 30
Uh,
points.
I don't like this. To me,
Okay.
that's just too much.
Go for it. Hit me. I'm okay.
I mean,
I moved her up 30, but you want to go. Tell me how you fix Alariel.
I think you make it 5 up against mortal wounds only,
Okay.
and that fixes her.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm down.
I don't think it,
Yeah, that's fair. She's got a pretty decent save.
I'm fine with that.
yeah, like Alice, she's got so many ways to heal. If you
Yeah,
don't
no,
get
no.
her down, she'll be back up to full
Oh,
in a lot of instances.
I have fought Sylvaneth a surprising amount of times. It's actually very popular in my local meta. And I don't sorry, I have I usually do quite well against them because the list that I run is very good against monsters, and Sylvaneth is kind of monster heavy right now. But I have never successfully managed to kill Alarielle because it is you really got to put everything into it.
Yeah.
I always thought
If
it'd
you
be
don't
cool
do
if
it,
she. I always thought it'd be cool if she could have a fluffy rule, and this is not even from balance, just for fluff perspective. If she could resurrect when she dies,
That would
but
have been my ultimate change too.
that
Yeah.
that would require a lot of changes because she already can heal herself to an absurd degree.
Yeah, I said that before she got her current War Scroll update, the change I was hoping for, Alice, you and I are just completely on a wavelength here, was I wanted her to, like, the first time she dies, she automatically pops back up in your deployment zone, right? Like, she just comes back. And then,
Goddess of Life.
cut her healing some down. Like, she didn't have the super healing she has now then, right?
Yeah.
And have her back, and she's just back. She just regrows from a seed pod, like, boom, hey, I'm back, people. Because she's the goddess of life. Like, yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah. And actually, I would actually argue that I would reduce her points because I think she costs too much. I've made the argument before. To me, there actually is a distinction between a model that is bad and one that is overcosted, and I think that Alarielle fits squarely into the overcosted category because she's so good that many lists do still bring her. But I think she could actually afford to have her cost tweaked down a little bit.
Okay.
Interesting. Yeah.
Excuse me, everyone. I'm sorry. I swallowed down the wrong pipe there. Yeah, I think it's interesting to give her. You may be right. Maybe the answer is just to, like, crank her points down some. I think giving her I like the ward if it's there against mortals. I think that's exactly right.
Yeah, because her save's pretty good. She doesn't really need a general
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
ward. We just want protection against mortal spam, which Sylvaneth struggle with.
Right. Okay. I'm good with that. I like that change.
Okay.
And Season of War says, my goddess of life shouldn't have the magical prowess of a rat. We need bonuses to cast. You insult rats.
I don't disagree.
All of my rats have bonuses to cast. I don't know what you're talking about. We easily accrue bonuses to cast, homie.
It was probably Jordan. If that is Jordan, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, look, guys, she should have a +1 to cast. Cast and bind dispel. It's insane that we're in 2021 and this army's been out for what, 5 years now, and she still doesn't have that.
It's 2021. We've been to the moon. How does Alarielle not have a +1 to cast?
All right.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. I would love to see them tinker with her. I would like to see her have some kind of mortal wound protection.
Yeah.
Just because I think she does die way too easily to that kind of spray. But
By the way, if you want to have a good time, watch Jordan at Season of War try to cast spells with Sylvaneth. Best time. It's amazing. Great experience.
my honest answer with her, Alice, is I'd like to see her go up 30 points and then rise up to meet that. With maybe like a bonus to cast and the 5-up ward against mortals.
Yeah,
and maybe something else. I like the god models occupying that near 800 point slot.
Okay.
Right?
That's a good argument.
It kind of seats them in a place in the game. But then that's fine if that's the case. She has to rise up to meet that.
Right.
Fair. It's a fair argument.
So,
And your point about sides and swords down, both slightly down. Yeah,
Yep.
definitely
Fully
agree with
agree. Kurnoth used to be one of the best units in the army, and now they're a bit of a dumpster fire. So
that. Yeah. Particularly with
it's a
all the
shame because
snake stacking.
they're cool looking dudes.
No. Yeah.
I love the Sylvaneth. I wish they were better because they have such great models.
Any thoughts on what you do with dryads? We were talking about dryads before, in our prep for this show, and they're kind of tricky, like in this meta, and they like their war scroll's pretty good. I don't think you can really drop them in points. 95 for 10 is like, you can't get much cheaper than that.
That's about as low as you go.
Yeah.
yeah, they're a tricky unit
don't
because you
know
have to. Yeah, you have to ask. Is it the meta under them that's problematic, and the and like coherency issues and stuff like that, right? That's problematic, or is it the unit itself is fatally flawed? And dryads don't feel fatally flawed. Like they're a pretty decent unit. They've got a pretty good amount of stuff going on.
Take buffs well in this army. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think their problem is that they don't have much to contrast themselves with. Um, they're sort of a cheap chaff unit, which you can sort of bring up a little bit with the right buffs, which is fine in an army that has more elite but more expensive battle lines to compare that to. And Sylvaneth doesn't really have that, not without some finagling. So I think really what might actually help them is the addition of a different unit that fills a different role, so they have something to contrast it with.
Interesting.
I want to shout out Chris in the comments who said, "Let dryads rally on a 4+, maybe near the woods."
Okay.
So, like in the way that
Good.
the Ardboys rally more easily when they're near a war chanter.
Yeah,
Sure.
totally.
Maybe dryads rally more easily. Maybe it's 4, maybe it's a 5 up. I don't know, something, right? Like a bonus in there when they're near the woods. That's a really interesting idea. That could make them
Like it.
like really valuable in an interesting way, right? Where they're sort of they recur a little easier. That's a cool idea.
And,
Because
you have
that's
the good job.
yeah, that's a good incentive. And we can move on with this, and we're gonna keep going. That's a good incentive to. Part of the problem with dryads is that 30 die just as easily as 10. 10 die just as easily as 30. It's like they just get wiped out. But if you got ways to protect them, safe stack, maybe you can keep a unit of 30 alive and then rally them. And like you can pull to where you can pull them out of combat. You kind of position where you're gonna when you're pulling, you're losing dryads and waves. You've pulled out of combat, then your turn you rally them back. That could be really interesting as a way of putting that unit back on the table. Right now, you almost never see them. Like I've seen a couple of lists where it's just tenors as chaff.
Sure.
That are complementing. Yeah, but it's usually just tree revs and some spite revs.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. I like that.
And don't feel bad for talking a lot. When we go to OBR, I probably won't shut up. Thankfully, that's the last one. So.
Well,
maybe
you
by
might be
then
let down by my slide, but I'm gonna let you shoot.
I've seen it, but I'm sure I will be tired by then. So. All right.
Chaos.
Yes.
With one of my favorite pieces of art they've ever released. Like, God, I love this picture so much.
I love
it's
it.
Amazing. All right.
When I first saw it, it like blew my mind. Anyway, continue.
It's so good. Like, ugh. All right. Anyways, so Beasts of Chaos. Okay, well, we've got to do some kind of thing here. So we're gonna start with the rules. Here we go. I'm introducing 2 rules. These are new. I added a second one, I think, since I shared this with you guys, maybe, but I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Fury of Ruin. If a unit has slain an enemy model in melee or claimed a piece of terrain this turn, they are immune to battle shock. Okay? In other words, if they're doing what Beasts of Chaos do in the narrative, which is they want to run out there and maraud and kill people and or whatever they do, like mess up terrain, right? Like, yeah, great. Okay. If they do those things, they're immune to battle shock, because battle shock is their not the only, but one of their major hindrances, right? By the way, obviously a new book would be perfect, but whatever. Like,
we're talking about the small stuff.
The small stuff we can put in now.
So I'm thinking slaying an enemy model in melee is too easy, and maybe claiming
terrain. Not for the Beast of Chaos.
Ooh, brutal. And claiming a piece of terrain this turn might be a little bookkeeping heavy. I might suggest if you wipe out an enemy unit, gain immunity to battle shock until your next hero phase.
Okay, I could see that as an alternative.
Because they're high off their victory.
Okay, all right. John Byer, don't they have immunity to battle shock on a huge aura from a terrain feature that's usually in the center of the board? No. They have a very small aura of battle shock that slowly expands far too slowly from a piece of terrain that is often buried deep in their deployment zone.
Yeah, it used to be something you would just plop in the middle, but now, first off, it has to go in your deployment zone. That sort of limits things. And
it has to be the distance away from objectives and other terrain, which can often then make it shove back farther.
And with monsters, it's too risky to put it too far up. There's a whole bunch of stuff there. Easily. Yeah, so that's the problem. It's like a battle shock aura that expands slowly by the time it reaches the range that you need it to, the game's over.
Right.
Most of your stuff is booked it and run by now.
Yeah, it's already dead. And then battle beasts. I wanted to, the other big challenge with them is their monsters are all kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Garbage.
Garbage.
Yeah. So all beasts of chaos monsters gain any unmodified hit roll of 6 becomes 2 hits.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Right? Just it's something. Look, again, I'm just trying to be something here, folks.
Yeah.
Like,
we,
obviously this needs
small
a new book.
changes aren't going to fix this book.
Right.
Let's just take our small blessings.
I'm putting a band-aid over an arterial cut, but I'm doing the best I can.
Okay. And some small points down. I think we all know
Yep.
where that stuff is. Because they have a lot of cheap stuff. You can't really bring the price of everything down, but we all know what could use the cut.
Right.
Yep. Which is most of it.
Which is most of it. This was my best shot at like 2 cool rules that could be applied across the army that would make them feel and play in some way that's interesting, right? To where like, hey, they're doing something, trying to cover their weaknesses, give you reasons to do it. I don't know that they're perfect, but they're my takes on it. I think if I was looking at this army, what they need to focus on is, yeah, obviously they have a huge battle shock problem. I would point out they also have probably a reinforcement problem, which I didn't touch here, but that is probably also an issue, right? So, okay. Blades of Corn. Death Frenzy. All Blades of Corn units gain Death Frenzy fight on death and melee. If the unit has a damage chart, it may fight at the top of the chart. When it does this. When it Death Frenzies. That's my new rule for Blades of Corn. Turning them into the raving, bloodthirsty lunatics that they all are. So, every Corn unit just has Death Frenzy, period. Now, I'm aware that Blood Warriors already have this built in. That's fine. I don't know what we give them. Something. They can have something, okay, to compensate for the fact that they don't have a unique ability anymore. And giving them all fight on death would be a cool way to make it so even if you get charged, you're still fighting, right?
Yeah. I really like it. I mean, I doubt that it's too powerful. Which is funny to say.
Well, and so, hold on, I want to address something Assistant Ref said. That doesn't really help Blades of Corn versus shooting, which is where they struggle. My answer is, we already are knocking the heck out of shooting everywhere else, right? Like, I've gotten rid of all hero face shooting in the other armies. I'm upping the points on all the shooting units. Like, I'm already doing my best to, like, smack shooting in other places so that it is less effective, especially the really bad shooting, right? Now, does it fix the problem of, like, Blades of Corn has this ridiculous ballet of all of these small bubbles that have to overlap with each other? It doesn't nerf Scarbrand Bartek because I said it may fight at the top of its chart. May, Bartek. And I did that because Scarbrand exists and wants to fight at the bottom of his profile. May, Bartek. At any rate, what you really need to do here is like a significant rewrite of the book to where it acts more like Corn and doesn't have all these small overlapping synergistic bubbles that need to happen, of course.
Yeah.
But that's a lot more surgery than I could figure out how to do in one rule change or what would be in this data slate.
Corn is near the bottom. It would require a lot of fixes to get it where it needs to be. So,
yeah.
I mean, I think for starters, they should probably get an exemption around the whole. Actually, you know what? Just do it for all the armies. We should have talked about this in Fire Slayers. Get an exemption with the endless prayers, the invocations. The fact that they're bound by the same one prayer per turn thing.
Oh yeah, sure.
That impacts like 2 or 3 armies, and it severely hampers them.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Just allow the one attempt at casting one of the invocations per turn, irregardless of the prayers already casted. I should have brought this up during Fire Slayers, but Blades of Corn, it's just as important.
You're 100% dead on. All of those things just disappeared once they made that rule change, right? Because of course you have no, I've got a good prayer I need to do, and so suddenly you're never going to pay the points to take a shot at this thing. It just makes no sense. So completely agreed with that change. Yeah, that's you're A plus. Yes, I'm silly for missing it. Make Bloodthirster's Maw Crusher dangerous. Okay, I don't want him that dangerous because I'm going to shoot Maw Crusher's points way up when we get there. But so when I mentioned Alariel and like the god character should be like 8 to 9, like 800 point-ish models. That's what they should be worth. Greater demons should all be 400 point models. Like we should just start by saying a greater demon costs 400 points. Okay. Now let's figure out rules that get there. 400 to 500 points, 800 to 900 points for the gods. Right. And then write the rules that bring them up to that place. So that I agree with. Right. I don't think I want it to be Mega Boss on Maw Crusher scary, but I want it to be a 400 to 500 point monster. Yes. Right. And hey, the Bloodthirster gets Death Frenzy, which is cool. Right. So there you go. So he gets to fight again at the top of his profile even after he's dead. I was trying to think of what is the smallest rule change I could do that would have the biggest impact on the whole army. And allowing the whole army to basically take extra melee and fight on death seemed like a pretty potent change. And also seemed pretty corny.
Sure. Yeah, I like it. I think the point about how that doesn't do anything to shooting. Where I was thinking about what it used to be called, but Iron Jaws previously had this thing where if they take damage, they get to move. If the enemy unit is a certain range away, I think it was like a D6 move they could make if they took damage.
Yeah,
and if
yeah.
What that was called, yeah. So maybe you could do something like that. Yeah, if they're taking damage from certain distance away, they can make a move of D6 or something. But yeah.
Yeah, that rule was really annoying and everybody forgot it. I wouldn't want that, but
sure.
Because you always forgot the weird trigger for that, and then you would roll it and be like, "Oh, good, I've got an inch. Let me carefully move this." I would want a better rule, but I get what you're pointing at. So there you go.
Yeah.
All right. Tzeentch. Here's my solution for Tzeentch. Rumor is that pink horrors are going way up on points in the new one. Okay, sure, we could do that, I guess. Like, that could be one solution. My solution was pink horror units may not be reinforced.
Yeah.
Because the actual thing that's a nightmare to me is when people spam big units of pinks, 20s and 30s. Which are 100 and 150 wounds, respectively, in effective wound count, right? So, yes, you can still spam out tenors, but tenors I can deal with, right? That was my solution. Maybe they still need a slight points up on top of that, but that to me seemed like the more interesting way to fix pinks. Just lock them to basically units of 10. And, call it like unruly conglomeration or something like that. I don't know, whatever. Like you can't get two groups together. They just bounce off each other. I don't know. Alice, what do you think? You've played some Tzeentch. What do you think about this change?
Yeah, horrors have been the bane of the game since they started because they can't seem to decide. Like, I don't mean bane necessarily in the fact that they've always been overpowered. They've been overpowered for a good chunk of their life, but not always. They can't seem to decide exactly how to get them where they need to be while also preserving their feel, their fluff.
Right.
I'm not big on the not reinforcing thing because I'm generally not a big fan of hard caps like that. To me, it feels like copping out. That you've made this powerful thing that your only answer is just you can't use a lot of these. Well, the solution is not to make them as good as they are, but with horrors that's difficult. They've been trying to do that for 5 years now,
right?
And still struggle with it.
It's another one of those kind of critical mass units, critical mass war scrolls. Because as Vince is saying, like a lot of things can pass the DPS check when it's 10 of them. My God, is it hard to do that when it's 20 or 30?
Yeah, for sure. And I can't necessarily say I have a good answer for it. Yeah, it's tough. I feel that, raising their points is like it is probably the solution I kind of lean more towards, because it gets you to the same end in that there's less of them on the board. Even if they're clumped together, you can do stuff around avoiding them, or the board coverage isn't as good or something like that. But yeah, it's a difficult thing to answer. If I was a smarter person, I would be working for Games Workshop.
It is, yeah, really tricky.
Lowering. David Heron said lower unit size to 5. I don't dislike that,
Could
because
be
then the
another way
max
to
would be
go.
that would be the max would be 15.
Sure.
That's pretty good.
Could be another way to go, because then they chew into reinforcement points to bring them up to 10. So yeah, could be good.
Yep.
Kairos up to 455 and Tzeentch up to 475 in Legion of the First Prince. Can we just all admit that Kairos, that the unholy triumvirate of Kairos, the Khorne Demon Prince, and
Bellicor.
thank you, and Bellicor, are awful in Legion of the First Prince? Like, again,
Yeah.
I understand that it's an interesting Super Johnny control army that's, but it is the killer of fun to casuals, and the proof of that is that when you look at Rob had the stats, I mentioned that Rob divided everything into tiers. Legion of the First Prince's stats against the lower tier are just bonkers. They're just bonkers. Like, they just kick puppies all day, right?
Yeah, they're a gatekeeper. A skilled player knows how to deal with them. A casual player is just going to get mowed over.
Right. So to me, like, Kairos is clearly more abusive in Legion than he is in regular Tzeentch,
Yeah,
and he's
in
pretty
Tzeentch he's
abusive
fine.
in Tzeentch.
With one exception,
Yeah.
which I talked to you a little bit about before the show.
Yes. Yeah, so I'm giving a small points bump for him there, but a big points bump for him in Legion of the First Prince. However, the regular Lord of Change, down at least 10. Okay. Because I feel like he's not actually carrying his weight at his, what is he, 420, I think, off the top of my head?
Yeah, somewhere around there. Yeah, he definitely feels too high to me.
Right.
Which kind of funny to say, but yeah, there it is.
I think all the Zangor stuff could be playable if it came down. I don't think it scrolls like you made the distinction earlier, Alice, of like sort of a scroll that's just trash and there's no points value that can find it versus a scroll that could be playable at a certain point cost. And I think the Zangor stuff could find a points value where it's playable.
Yeah.
So I like, it's been there in the past. I think we could get there again. I'd be real sensitive on the Skyfires, honestly. Just because they are mortal wound shooting with rapid speed, but I'm much less concerned about the Zangor on foot or the Enlightened or associated other Zangor stuff. The rest of it all seems overcosted. And then Flamers can come slightly down. I actually think they overcorrected on Flamers. They moved them up to 170. Flamers are pretty short range. They're pretty controlled. They're super glass cannons. 160 is still actually markedly up from where they started, just to point out to everybody. But, 170 is a bit much. I wanted to do something with Arcanites, but I couldn't find a way, or Acolytes, or whatever they're called, the regular dudes, the human guys with the bird faces. But I just couldn't find a way to save that scroll.
Yeah.
Like, it needs a rewrite, is my answer. So, it fell out of what we could do here. Anything I missed?
No.
Okay.
I mean, it's a pet thing. But I wish the Changeling would go back to the way he used to be, because he was a whole lot more fun then.
Yeah.
That's not a bad point.
I get why they changed it, but it's so
seems-
boring now.
Seems pretty lame right now.
It's boring. It's about his only good thing is he's a great get behind enemy lines, maybe summon some crap. But I just miss the old Changeling. That's just a personal taste.
Nope, totally
that's a good
fair.
one.
I also like Nathan Brooks, who said Gaunt Summoner on foot down to make it to separate it from the one on disc and make it an option. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, because it's kind of weird that distinction. Like we're pretending that 16-inch fly speed doesn't mean anything. Like okay, it does.
Yeah, totally.
Slanesh. A new war scroll for Slangor is released along with a formal apology. Yes, I'm living outside of reality. I don't care.
Yeah, everybody was psyched for Slangors, and then everybody said take them back.
Yes. So release, go ahead, and we're just going to get a new war scroll for them, and stapled to that is going to be a formal apology. We're sorry we ever wrote these rules to begin with. These were terrible. Oops. I want the summoning points adjusted up, like, significantly. Okay? So it becomes harder to summon. Okay? Again, looking through the casual lens, I don't think an army that can, under certain builds, summon like 30 Daemonettes or a Keeper of Secrets every turn, regardless of whether or not it's good, because I don't actually think it's very good competitively. That doesn't matter. Okay? Irrelevant. The fact is, it's a very bad play experience, especially for casual folks. Just be like, and I put another Keeper on the table, and I put another Keeper on the table, and here's 30 Daemonettes, and here's another Keeper. Like, it's just... Slaanesh should have never been the summoning army. I don't know who made that decision, but you done bad. You done wrong.
I think it was a failure to run the numbers on the summoning mechanic, because I mean, other chaos armies have summoning mechanics and it's fine. But for Slaanesh, they sat down and went, well, what can we come up with that's fluffy? And it's do wounds without killing, which sounds cool on paper, but they never like mathed it out right.
Right.
And it just became absurd, and now they're kind of like stuck and don't know what to do with it.
Yep, exactly. So I want to see them just ratchet that, like, here's your new summoning chart, right? Like, it'd be that easy. They just print it, here's your new summoning chart, and everything basically at least doubles, frankly. I'd be fine with. Like, just shoot it through the roof. Okay? Make it so Slaanesh does not summon a lot of stuff. It should have never been the summoning army. It's silly that it's the summoning army. It's not lore-wise the summoning army. I don't know what's going on here.
It seems bad from a collection standpoint as well, like having to have an entirely separate army.
Yeah, you just have to bring, like, as somebody brought Slaanesh to a tournament under these rules, it's ridiculous. You have to bring, like, so much crap. And I just hate it. It's a bad thing for casuals. It's not actually very competitive because of the nature of how it works. And it's just an unfun thing. And it's making all of the other scrolls way more expensive than they need to be. Like, right? Like, every scroll is funding that summoning in its points. So once we jack summoning up, I mean, like, I'm serious, like, hard double of everything at minimum. Okay? Then we universally take the my wife said, Tyler, you let Vince start talking about the summoning chart. You had one job. Clearly,
Sorry,
even she knows how much I hate this. And so universally down 25, 30, 35% points on average, obviously. That's not going to be like, you don't across the board apply that. I'm saying we're going to make all sorts of different changes, and we're going to do that. That's what's going to happen. Okay?
Sure.
Daemonettes, this is my favorite thing. Tyler and I, when we were prepping for this show, Alice, we came across this comparison. We were trying to find something to compare Daemonettes to. Like, what is like Daemonettes, right? And one of the closest units to compare them to, actually, felt like Dryads. Like, you look at the number of attacks, the sort of hit and wound, right? Now, they have a rend, whereas Dryads don't have a rend, but Dryads have, like, the ability to give themselves +1 to hit and -1 to attack and stuff like that. And Daemonettes have a run and charge, right? So I was like, okay. Dryads are a little faster on the base move, so on and so forth, right? So if Dryads are their closest comparison, who are terrible and no one takes? That's what we just discussed, right? That no one is playing Dryads and we can't figure out how to fix them. Dryads are 45 points cheaper than Daemonettes. 45 points.
I couldn't believe that when I saw it. Like, that's unreal.
It's indefensible that Daemonettes are 140 points. Shalaxi, with her current stats, down 185 points. Either rocket her down to, like, not at all at the level she should be, or keep her at 400 and bring her up to meet it. Again, same statement. Like, Greater Demons should be 400-point models, so make her stats actually work like that. Her profile is ridiculous. It's insanity.
Yeah, I told you 220. What is she now? Like 400 points or something insane?
405 points.
405 points. I was like, all right, we're on
3 attacks.
I was like, all right, 220. I was trying to come up with a number that I thought was just rock bottom prices, absurd, 220. And then you were like, would you take her at 220? It's like,
No.
no, no way in hell would I take her at 220. Oh, yeah, it's a terrible war school.
So, anyways, there we go. But the main things is honestly like just fix the summoning problem so we can actually have reasonably costed units and play an army.
Yeah.
It just feels like the obvious fix. Yeah, I mean I think that was the greatest moment, Tyler, when you were like, "Would you take her for 220?" And I was like, "No," but I can't imagine saying bring her down more than 185 points. That's insane. Okay, Skaven. Here's my changes for Skaven. Skaven is a suffering army in the meta right now, but I still love him. Open up battle line somehow so you're not stuck spending a lot of your army on nothing. Clan Rats and Storm Vermin honestly don't do much. They're big hordes with that just don't actually do much anymore. They lost their ability to run when they retreat. That really hurts their retreat and charge ability. They have a built-in bonus to save, so they can't actually get better than their 6+ or 5+ save in any real way. Like they can only move to 4 or 5 if you save stack on them, right? They're not actually a good save base unit. And so you end up spending a ton of points on not much. A huge amount of your army has to be in this stuff.
Yeah, there probably has to be better synergy in that respect, because I mean, when you think Skaven, you think the Horde army, and that's not really how they're played right now.
Right.
And that's a problem.
Yeah, this could be another one. I could see a blanket rule. I only did this with one army, which we'll see in a minute. But I could see a blanket rule where certain armies are allowed more reinforcement points. And if so, we mentioned it with Beasts probably being a good use of it. I could see it with Skaven, right? Tyler asked me to build him a random list. He's like, build me a 2,000 point list you like. I was like, okay, fine. So I just sat down and built a list off the top of my head. And then I looked at it and I was like, ah, crap, I used 6 reinforcement points.
Yeah.
Right? And I wasn't super crazy stacking a horde or anything, right? It was just, that was what happened.
Right.
So, yeah.
That would help a lot. That makes a lot of sense to me with some of these factions that are supposed to be as you said, Alice, they're supposed to be the Horde factions, and that's really getting in the way right now.
Yeah, they probably should have some way to exempt in the reinforcements department as well.
Right.
Just because they seem to be designed around that.
Yep. So in me, it's maybe a little reinforcement slack, and then open up the battle line so you're not stuck taking what is effectively just bad units. I mean, let's be honest, they're just bad. They just don't do anything. I'm not gonna lie and say that 30 Storm Vermin can't still hit pretty hard. They can, but it's a very risky unit, right? Because it's half your reinforcement points to get to 30 dudes. Their big bonus of +1 to hit and +1 to wound goes away super fast, and there are a bunch of guys on a 5-up, 4-up save, depending on what the situation is, right? And they can't ever get better than a 4-up. So, Germ said, what if Skaven could rally in combat? Well, that's a neat idea. Could be a cool way to exempt it. There'd have to be a limitation on that, only Clan Rats or Storm Vermin or something, right? I don't want Storm Fiends rallying in combat, but sure.
Sure.
I could see an exception like that.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And then, either several points adjustments down or move some damage up. Honestly, one of the things the army suffers for is it doesn't really have any hammers right now. Like I said, 30 Storm Vermin maybe, but it's very fragile. It's very easy to just get for that thing to evaporate. Certainly Storm Friends, but if you take the 9 Storm Friends, you're in a bad army. You just are. You're in the all Scryer army. It's just bad. And 6 Storm Fiends rely to actually be hammers, rely on casting spells that are very, very fragile to cast. If that spell doesn't go off, the unit's it's average for its points. And that's no good.
You wrote that list. That's definitely what stood out. And I told you I didn't know I didn't understand why Skaven are so low in the meta, why they're not doing better. And it was that your lack of hammers. And the reinforcement was getting in the way as well. You were having to make hard sacrifices, hard choices, really self-limiting choices because of reinforcement points.
Yeah, sure. I mean, let's say you think new Rat Ogres are good with the new rules that you got in Broken Realms, which I actually think they have some value. They could be a hammer, right? Well, you buy Rat Ogres in groups of 2, which is not enough. They're not Fulminators.
Yeah,
Okay. Where it's okay to be in 2s, or Morghast Harbingers or something, right? They're not that. So if you reinforce them once just to get to 4, all of a sudden that's a reinforcement point gone. That could have been a unit of Clan Rats, or Storm Vermin, or Jezzails, or anything. Anything you want to take, right? So it's expensive and hard to build anything into an actual unit. I see my wife is in the chat. Everybody should hit like for my wife. That's what you should do. Hit that like button. Make Kathy happy. There you go. Okay. I hope to the deepest part of my soul for a resculpted Skaven range sometime next year, but I don't think I'll get it.
It's so much. Yeah, there's so much room for character, and the older models just. Ugh. They're charming in their goofiness, but I'd like to see something more characterful.
Yep.
I gotta say, Kathy, you're still one of my favorite things about Facebook. That's partly why I stay on that platform, is your Facebook content. So please keep it up. Yeah, it's amazing.
All right. Slaves to Darkness. S2D. Knights of the Empty Throne, Varangard, plus 30 points, only win a hero. Per 3, obviously, right? Like the base unit. Can we just all admit that the Knights of the Empty Throne, when they become a hero, are suddenly incredibly better than the regular Varangard, who are fine?
Too good. Yeah.
Right. Like...
Told you, it's like, for my money, 6 Varangard and Knights of the Empty Throne, the most out of bounds unit flying under the radar in the game right now.
Yes, the only thing holding it down is, and this is what we talked about, right? Knights of the Empty Throne have 1 Achilles heel. They are a near unbreakable superhero, but for their 1 Achilles heel, which is mortal wound shooting. And the problem is there's actually too much of that in the meta right now to allow them to flourish. And if we changed all the rest of the mortal wound shooting as we have and then didn't fix these guys, they would be a pure nightmare.
Yes.
Yeah, and with they also get overshadowed a lot by the big elephant in the room within the same faction.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's one thing to be powerful. It's another standing right next to Big A.
Right.
The Chaos Sorcerer Lord, plus 25 points at minimum. As I say here on the slide, this guy is the Scooby-Doo villain of AOS. And the reason I say that is because he's behind all the worst abuses of Slaves to Darkness. It's like, let's see who was behind this the whole time. Whoop! Oh, it was the Chaos Sorcerer Lord giving them +1 save automatically and reroll hits and wounds and every other dumb thing he can hand out, right? Like, yeah, this guy.
And he shows up in Tzeentch a lot as like a cheap substitute when you got to get a few more characters in there, but you're running out of space, which says a lot. That Tzeentch is headhunting for more wizards, and he picks this guy.
Right.
115 right now.
Yeah, absurdly undercosted. Absurdly undercosted.
115 is ridiculous for this guy. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yes. Mergonk said he's like the Lord Castellet with an arcane tome for free.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I completely agree, Mergonk. You nailed it. The Lord Castellet is 155 points, I would point out.
Exactly. Yeah. Unreal.
No, this guy's insanity. So that's why I said plus 25 mins. Archeon. Okay. Let's talk about Archeon. So he's not as bad as he used to be. They did fix the correct rule for this guy. That is to say, once the Eye of Ed Sheeran got nerfed, he did become less oppressive. But he's still a bit of a problem.
Yeah.
A bit, but not where he was. Like, old school with old Eye of Ed Sheeran, I was saying he needs to be 1,000 points. Like, just, boom. Pin him to the wall, 1,000 points. Easy. Archeon needs to go up. If Nagash is 970, which, by the way, maybe he shouldn't be, but if Nagash is 970, then Archeon needs to be more expensive. Because the question is, who's better, Archeon or Nagash? Not in the lore. I mean, like, in the game. The answer is Archeon.
Yeah.
Okay.
No
Yeah.
Okay. And, like, the Tzeentch one is clearly the sort of worst offender because, you know, Destiny dice power him in a really grotesque way.
Yeah.
Right? By auto-sorting people, which is just the worst.
my opinion, that should not be allowed. They should add a corollary that you can't modify the dice to get there or anything like that. But that's probably getting too deep into the weeds in terms of like how would you phrase that in the terminology? But
Sure.
in my opinion, it just shouldn't be allowed. It's
yeah.
it's fine mechanic as a random roll, but as something that can be determined, don't like it.
Yeah, you got 4 dice. You do it in 4 dice rolls. That's all you get. No nonsense on top of it. I love it.
It's a perfectly fine mechanic as like a sometimes lucky roll.
Right.
But
Absolutely. Yeah.
when it's something that you can determine, I don't like it.
Right. Right. Yeah, I mean the Tzeentch Archeon is the most abusive, right? Although I think a Nurgle Archeon went 4-1 this last week.
Yes.
Or something
Last weekend.
Yes,
Yeah.
Yes, it did.
So
you can
rerolling ones. Jack said I'm late. I'm assuming they said nothing should change at all for Lumineth.
Yeah, Lumineth are the gold standard for balance.
Jack, we might have had some changes that would impact you highly, but we also had some good buffs for Lumineth. But we did also kneecap a thing that you abuse way too much. Way too much, Jack.
Love you, Jack.
You're specifically the person we're targeting, Jack. You should know that.
The best,
right.
Jack.
And then Demon Princes. The Khorne Demon Prince goes up points, even more points in Legion of the First Prince, all others slightly down. I mean, they're completely different models.
It's frankly absurd. That is a thing. It's outside the realm of it. I would like more to see the other gods brought up.
Sure.
But I don't know how you do that in a way that was balanced or even fun. Because the Khorne ability is just so powerful. But it's always been a rub of mine that demon princes don't seem to hit their power on the table as they do in the lore.
Right.
Like I commented that in the Tome Celestial for Slaves to Darkness, how in the narrative, like sort of your built-in quest is to have one of your mortal characters become a demon prince, which is thematically very cool, but it does not feel like much of a reward on the table. So I mean, for me, I'd just basically rewrite the damn war scroll, but that's going outside the bounds of this.
Yep. Yeah, I'm with that. Like again, I think that's exactly right. The right way to be would be to rewrite the War Scroll, because it's just like you've got 3 basically worthless abilities and 1 ridiculously amazing ability. That's
Since we haven't said
which is still an improvement over the one where it was just straight up trashed no matter what you did.
Right.
But come on, bring the rest of it up there.
Since we haven't explicitly said it, just to say it. So the Khorne Demon Prince has Bloodslit Ground as its command ability, and it's a wholly within 18, within 18, not even wholly within 18, just within 18 bubble.
Just within. Yeah, boy.
Yeah, of course.
All you gotta do is you gotta catch an edge of somebody's base, and you got them.
Having runs and charges, so it's insane how powerful it is. And we're not talking about removing it, but this guy's got to be better pointed to reflect it.
Right. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Death, with of course Nagash.
Just real quick, I assume we're skipping Nurgle because there's a book coming out.
Because there's a book coming out. Yes. Sorry. Yeah. No, totally fair point. Yes, I did not put Nurgle in because there's a book coming out. I should have been clear there. Like, we know the book is immediately imminent, so like in
no
the
point
next couple
talking
weeks.
about it now.
Yep. You're exactly right. Sorry, I'm not. That's not to not give Nurgle love. It's just because anything I say would be pointless because it's all going to be overwritten in a week or two. So.
Yeah, and when you're going from first to third, it's probably going to be big.
Oh my goodness, I can't imagine the change. I'm pretty sure this is the current Nagash model, so we're good here.
Okay. That looks right.
Yeah,
from my
right. Checks out. This is Nagash. This is the God of Death. Very scary guy.
Yes.
Okay. Flesh Eater Courts. Rules. Feeding Frenzy, the thing that lets them attack again. I didn't skip Legion of the First Prince as its own standalone army. It's not a book. I kind of hit them in the places where I thought I needed to hit them when talking about them in the other armies.
Yeah. They're not interesting enough to discuss now.
Yeah, they're wacky. Okay. Feeding Frenzy. It's a command ability in the combat phase, which makes it very problematic. Right.
Mhm.
because it's fighting for dominance with everything else they want to do in the combat phase, including the base command abilities. So here's my new solution. New rule. Or replace the old text with this. Once per combat phase, immediately after a unit fights, you may select that unit to pile in and fight a second time. Not every unit, one unit. No command ability, it just happens. You get to pick one unit each combat, and they can fight twice.
I think that's
There it
pretty
is.
good. I mean, it's still an improvement from where they're at right now.
Yeah. Just it plays into their thing. It would make them play closer to how they used to. There it is, right? Just do like what they did with Stormcast and uncommand ability some of the things, right? Like there were some Stormcast things that used to be command abilities and now they just became abilities. So, and then some points down, especially on the 3-6 units.
3-6 units struggle right now, especially in this army. Give them a little love.
Yep. Again, Autumn Lotus said this is missing a lot. Do you not play with or against them at all? I have a Flesh Eater Courts army. I play them. I know I'm missing a lot. I'm missing a lot from a lot of armies, right? Like again, I can't completely fix everything. Like the Flesh Eaters have actually been doing okay in their meta percentage. The problem with them right now, so Rob's breakdown of Flesh Eaters was really interesting. They were like kind of exactly where you'd want against the middle tier. They were really strong against the bottom tier, but they just died instantly to the top tier. Like they had just garbage effect against the top tier.
Lumineth, Seraphon, Daughters of Cain, you name it, all the shooting armies.
Right. And it was just like, it was completely taking them to all the top armies were taking them to the cleaners. My hope was that if we kneecap all the Sinister Six down, get rid of a lot of elements they have, especially their shooting, which is really problematic for Flesh Eaters, right? It's not that there's not still non-bows in this army. There is. It's not that there's not still challenges. There is. But I was hoping that something like this would bring them back up, especially if we jiggle the points around a little, give them back Feeding Frenzy in a way that they can do it. Then they can, start being a little more competitive against the top if the top is brought down into the middle. So, it's probably not enough. Right? That's, as I've said many times, like, did I fix beasts enough or corn enough or those guys? No, like when they're in the bottom tier, there's not a lot I can do simply through what we're going to get here. Right? But I had to be realistic. Like, ostensibly what they should have is a new book. They're in the new book category.
And I'm certain you could do an episode alone dedicated to new battle tome if that's the direction we're going, but we got to hit everything, so.
Right. I'm trying to think, like, what would they reasonably put out? And this felt like pretty reasonable to me. Okay. But again, I could see other solutions. Like if somebody has another, cool, like one sentence, that's part of the trick, right? They want to condense this down into simple stuff. Right. And so like if there's another like one sentence thing, I'm down with it. Like I'm good with another suggestion. So.
All right. Autumn Lotus, you're right. I mean, there is also the issue that a lot of the war scrolls are just straight up bad. So imagine we added a couple numbers in there.
Right.
Probably basically to everything.
Yep. Okay. Night Haunt. I mean, I'm trying to imagine the like 10-page document that when 40K got like 3 pages for their balance slate. I'm trying to imagine the 10-page document we'll get. But hey, we're getting an FAQ too, so we could get these. There's space. There's space. Okay. Wave of Trigger. That's very funny. That was a misspelling. That should say terror. There we go. Okay, here's my fixes for Night Haunt. I consulted a Night Haunt expert for this. Wave of Terror triggers on a 9+. That's their fight in the charge phase thing. Okay. So instead of a 10+.
They still have a way to +1 that, or was that a battalion
No,
that's
it was
now
a battalion.
gone?
Yeah, they lost. It was only Death Riders could do it, and they lost that battalion. Right.
Gotcha. Cool.
So Wave of Terror triggers on a 9+, and Deathless Spirits is just a 6+ ward, no hero required. Like they're ghosts. They're just ghosts.
Yeah.
Oh, OBR does it. It's fine, and they are a lot more delicate. Especially with Ethereal has been one of those things that GW massively overestimates how good it is.
Right.
And especially since Mystic Shield got changed on them, it's the one case where re-rolling ones to save probably
Right.
should stick around, but
Agreed.
make it their thing.
Yeah, I think that'd be a great thing for them to have. Yes, agreed.
So yeah, no objection. 6 ward on everything without heroes, because the issue is so much too that they have maneuverability that no one likes playing that. How to constantly shift stuff around. Let them be maneuverable. They're ghosts. Let them fly around and be spooky.
Exactly. Yes, it's funny. Autumn Lotus said needs to be more spooky. I actually had said I actually had written on here when I had a placeholder slide before. I talked to Tom, by the way, and asked what changes would he think would make a difference, because he's all in on Night Haunt, and he thought these would be the 2 biggest things you could do. And I said, but my placeholder text was just increase spoopiness. So there you go.
Maximum spooky.
Points a few points down, right? There's some units that are just underplayed that need to come down in points. Namely, certainly, like, I don't know if Harridans can be saved by points, but Banshees might be able to be saved by points. A couple other things like that. So,
sure. This is one of my favorites of all of these. It's so simple. It feels pretty spot on. Particularly that wave. Yeah, making that to a 9. That's a huge deal. I really like that.
Yeah, it's a simple change, but it has a pretty big mathematical impact, right? And that's what you want.
All right, we're here.
Okay. OBR. My solution is just make a new book for 3.0.
Yeah.
And here I have this Funko Pop is named Bone Daddy. By the way, that's who that is. So I Googled image searched Bone Daddy, which I regret, but I did find this guy.
What do you think? Who's to blame for that?
Totally me, but I was just like, I need a fun image for this, and I typed it. I was like, oh no, what have I done? At any rate, Alice, take us away. Hit me.
I mean, OBR. I don't. There's not a whole lot that would help them. Like everything I'm gonna suggest is not gonna fix the problem, because at the core of it is just that their core mechanic is fundamentally broken and needs a rewrite again. I think in the last FAQ they took the safest route they could to unbreak it, but it's still not enough. Couple of things I would say is change heroic leadership to say that they can get an RDP. The RDP wouldn't help them as much as a CP would help other armies, but at least it's something. Because for so many of my turns, when it gets to my turn, I have my opponent ask me, "What's your heroic action?" And I say nothing, because I can't do anything.
Yeah.
One fun one that has been suggested by people, because whenever people go up against Catacross, people are always consistently surprised that he's not a monster every single time. And I'm not suggesting making him a monster. I understand why he's not. But one fun, fluffy rule that somebody suggested to me, which I think should be done, is make the number of units on his entourage count as the number of models that he counts as.
No, it's
he shouldn't just count as 2.
That's great.
But he would count as 5 at max health, and that's pretty fun. And then just some simple price adjustments. Since we can't go too extreme, a lot of the problems that I have are not going to be fixed in an FAQ, but bring down the price of maybe the Harvester, the Mortech Crawler, and the Immortus Guard, because those don't see a lot of play.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, Immortus Guard was one of those that I was like, is there a points value you could fix this thing at and have it be, valid in the current world? I don't know. It was the one in that list that I was like, man, this is challenging.
And the Soul Reaper, actually, yeah, he needs to be brought down too.
Yeah,
because he's bad. Yeah, it's such a shame, because their core mechanic that makes them unique is so fundamentally broken that how do you even get around that problem?
Right. I think ultimately this army, more than anybody else, does need a 3.0 book, because it's just such a fundamentally 2.0 designed book.
Which is interesting because it came out like halfway through 2.5, but it's one of the ones that feels the most impacted by the changes in 3.0.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep. Absolutely. Because it just feels like it's playing a completely weird, different game. I would also accept that the other way to fix OBR is that we hire the Owen Jackson to do personal tutoring lessons for all OBR players, because clearly he's cracked this code, I guess.
Indeed.
Yeah, it's fascinating how the OBR were clearly like a beta test build for some 3.0 concepts that were done, like the
Yep.
whole idea of like, oh, unit leaders can issue orders and you gain more command points, but they go away at the end of the turn. And then when 3.0 came out, they said, okay, this is the refinement, our final product of our test. And then they just said, OBR, you're going to keep playing with the beta build for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a great way to put it. By the way, I really hate when they just decide to throw current beta rules they're working on into books for no reason. Like, maybe there was some alignment there, I guess, but probably don't do that. Just a thought.
And Crazy Horse in the comments said, didn't they just go 5-0 at like 2 tournaments? Yeah, there has been, they have had a bit of a hot streak recently, which was been surprising. But if I am, unless someone can correct me, both those were basically just Nagash lists, and that's more has to do with Nagash rather than the army itself.
Sure.
You can put Nagash in Soulblight Gravelords and get a similar result, but Soulblight Gravelords isn't saddled with the same handicaps.
Yeah, and it's not that these guys have a horrible win rate. Like, they're not in the bad bunch, right? It's that they, again, fundamentally their rules just feel orthogonal and incorrect, right? It's just it doesn't feel like it fits.
They're not complete trash tier. I actually would say in a casual setting, they are one of the better ones, simply because a casual player's impulse is to ram all their stuff right into the enemy. And that's basically where OBR shines. So they're, in a casual sense, they're great. I'd just like to see them be able to feel a little less wonky.
Yep.
My one experience playing the OBR was the exact opposite. It was basically the only way that I could try to compete in the game was to avoid them as much as possible, play the long game in Veins of Gur, because like the only piece that I had in Daughters of Cain were the bow snakes that could do something, and then they were forcing the sixes to reroll, which really helped, cut down the mortal wound output. And then Marathi, could do something, but that was when she was minus Rin. I mean, I've only played them once, but like they felt so strong to me against Daughters of Cain, at least. I literally couldn't do anything for the most part to that army because I had mostly -1 Rens, and I was failing to get off Mind Razor because of Arkin. So,
Sure.
Yeah.
It'd be an interesting matchup
Anyway.
to look at in Rob's in the Honest Warhammer Crew stats, because I wonder how they feel like they could be a counter for Daughters in an interesting way. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Destruction.
Did you skip Soulblight deliberately, or?
Yes. I'll talk about why I skipped Soulblight. So I skipped Soulblight because I didn't think they needed any changes.
No, I actually, when I noticed that it wasn't in there, I assumed that might have been why. I actually would go so far as to say I think Soulblight may be the gold standard in how to design an army.
Yeah.
Amen.
Like
it's got so many good units in there, and it's got nice variety. You can play it in a lot of ways. It's good. It's a good book.
Yep. I'm not saying it's a perfect book. It's not. And there's
No
certainly,
book's
I
perfect.
guess, some things we could change, but there was nothing that I couldn't pick anything that I thought made sense as far as like, this is what has to happen with Soulblight. I think they're one of the best designed tomes right now. So
yeah, they're just a really good book, but not in any way that feels cheap or unfair.
Right. Yep. All right.
Yeah, we've said it many times. Enormous kudos to the studio for that book. Like, it's so well done. It's so good.
Yep.
Okay,
CW
yeah.
Turner said, I disagree. Make Black Knights and Skeletons great again. All right.
Okay, I'll agree with you on that.
Okay, let's have a quick talk. We're gonna pause because I don't want to. I know. Look, CW, he loves his skeletons. Okay, like he loves them. He has a lot of skeletons, and the poor guy, as a mostly skeleton army, has had to put them on the shelf because he doesn't feel like skeletons are really where it's at. So, what can we do with skeletons to make them valid again? Let's have a little discussion. We'll do a little
I think
brainstorm.
Skeleton, he's going to hate me for this, but I think skeletons are in a pretty damn good place. I mean, I get that they're not quite zombies. At the same time, I think that they have a
So
semi-differentiated role. Yeah, like I see a differentiation in the role between skeletons and zombies. Where of course you want the opponent to activate first against your skeletons. They're still a great anvil piece. I don't know. I've played a bunch of skeletons. Some of the top Soulblight players I know love them in the competitive scene and get a lot of mileage. Melnick singing their praises on the Soulblight show that you did with him.
Mhm.
You know, he's playing a lot. He's been playing skeletons in a brick. It's usually one brick. You know, it's like 20 or 30.
Okay, I figured it out. I looked at their war scroll to remind me what I hated about them. Just give the champion an extra attack.
Jeez.
Don't give them a separate weapon.
Oh, that's funny. Nailed it.
I do hate when they do that.
That's my change. That is my
Yeah.
change.
Okay, I have a suggestion. Tell me if you hate this. Okay? What if we took regular skeletons and gave them a 4-up base save?
I think they're too cheap. You'd have to bring them up.
Sure, maybe we got to adjust the points a little bit. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, maybe they need
But,
to go up just
but you're
slightly.
right. They'd occupy a different role. They'd be your tanky bulwark, which I think is what people want out of them.
Yeah, that's sort of recurring, you know, like even that, like moving their base save to a 4+. Maybe they get a slight points bump, right? But maybe that makes them, because they're clearly meant to be anvilish, right? Like that's supposed
Yeah.
to be their purpose.
Yeah, they just don't quite hit it. So yeah, no, I think that's not bad.
Okay. You'll have to
I can
tell
agree
us,
with that.
CW, would that work for you? Like, because that's a pretty minor change. I could see that kind of thing happening. Move them to a 4-up, move them up a few points.
That would put them at 3, I think, in Legion of Night in round 1, which might be okay. But yeah, that the semi that I said, that's it. They're supposed to be the anvil. They're not quite there, but
Right.
The point being, I think they're not far off, and I do
Yeah,
see
they've
them
got
played
like
a
big
lot.
shields and they're wearing a bunch of armor in the new sculpt. Like they're not just they're not just bones walking around anymore, right? So okay,
That's
there you go.
interesting. Yeah.
Yeah,
Alright.
no, we had a full discussion.
Good.
Mhm.
Okay, see, we didn't skip Soul Blight in the end. All
All
right.
right.
All day on Black Knights. Yeah, like they definitely need to go down in points. Clearly.
Oh yeah.
Sure. I mean, they might be the scroll beyond saving in that book, but okay, destruction. Here we go.
Yes.
And CW said the 4-up save would work. Okay, good. All right, awesome. Well, there we go.
Me and CW happy. Stream accomplished.
I support that. I would totally bank a 4-up save for those guys. They're dead dudes in armor with big giant shields. Let's do it. Okay, destruction. Oh, by the way, I do you know how long it took me to find this exact picture for these stupid squig dice for my destruction picture? This was a huge win for me.
It was time well spent.
Thank you. Okay. Gloomspite Geats.
Yes.
Okay. There are 2 major rules changes we're going to do here. Number 1, we're going to double their reinforcement points. Gloomspite get 8 reinforcement. Like, whatever level they're at, double it, right? So if they're at 1,000 points, they get 4 and then 6 and then 8. Yeah? So a 2K army will have 8 reinforcement points.
Yeah, they need it.
Okay. Second thing we're going to do is we're going to go in and say, we're going to do some keyword fixing. Okay?
Yeah.
We're going to delete the nonsense keyword bingo that they decided they were doing for this book and then forgot about 5 minutes later, right? They love adding keywords in FAQs. They do that all the time, like subtract this keyword, add this keyword. That has showed up in FAQs 100 times, so we can do it here too, right? So we're gonna add like the grot keyword and relevant keywords like that all over the place where it makes sense. Like, is there a goblin? Grot. Done. In. Okay? There we go. And now that you've got...
Maybe take out a few keywords just for funsies.
Sure.
Streamline.
Yes. Streamline. That's right. Yes, absolutely. And then points, some adjustments down. Again, this is one of those armies that we got to be a little careful on it because it's already a pretty cheap mass army, so you can't just like toilet flush the points on these guys because then all of a sudden they become like egregiously impossible to play. And
you know what, Autumn Lotus? Troggoths are now grots.
they get the grot keyword too. Yeah, I Autumn, I did think about Troggoths quite a bit. I'll be honest with you. I stared at the Troggoth scrolls and the Troggoth rules when I was writing this for a while, and thought to myself, what can we do with these guys? And I was like, I don't know. I just don't know.
And I agree with Germ. Let the moon cycle back onto the board. I'm gonna actually go insofar as to say it can't leave the board. You only get 5 turns. I think going off the board just to come back next turn is still too criminal. The fact that it's already random is makes it pretty difficult to work with. Don't make it worse.
Maybe, yeah, I mean, like, the moon obviously needs some attention. Probably, like, starts automatically on a quadrant and then moves and can't go off, right? Like, something like that would be the way to go. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous that they start the game without their allegiance ability active. That's insane.
One of the things the way I've described to people is like, Skaven and Gloomspite Gits are both like the fun army. Like that's clearly what they were going for when they did it. But Skaven are a little closer to being fun in like a good way because it's there are a couple good units that you can make great, but if you roll poorly, then they blow up. Right. Whereas Gits, you have a bunch of awful units you are rolling just to make the baseline. And so one is a fun army done mostly well, and one is a fun army done not so well.
Yeah. I would love the moon if it was like, it started in your quadrant, and then you rolled, and on a certain roll, it just goes to the apex, and it sits on the table, right? And only on like that very certain roll does it advance again, and even then it would just move to the opposite quadrant, and it never leaves. That's where it stays for the rest of the fight, right? But make it like not the common roll that's there. So, like, the moon is automatically starting on the board. It can never leave, and you have a decent chance for it to cover the board, as it were. Right?
Yeah. Definitely.
Makes sense.
Okay.
Oh, good stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Disagree, John Byer. It's the best example of it.
I disagree.
Like, you overcharge your arch warlock and then explode him in 18 mortal wounds. It's pretty much the most fun thing ever. But
you overcharge the Gatling gun and you risk it exploding. That's great. I love that.
I have absolutely had games where into like turn 2 I have killed more of my own stuff than my enemy has killed. Like that is the Skaven lifestyle.
Which I think is what people want out of Skaven.
Sure.
That's what Skaven players crave.
It's what I want, certainly. And I get it, John. It has always been a very Marmite army with that playstyle. Like, they've always had those weird rules, and it's always been something that some people just didn't, it didn't grok with people, and I get that. No judgment. Ogre Maw Tribes. All right, I'm giving Ogre Maw Tribes a new rule. You ready? Here's their new rule. Spread out. Spread out, boys! Okay? Ogre Maw Tribe's units never count as having more than 5 models for the purposes of coherency. In other words, they just keep their old coherency. They keep AOS 2.0 coherency. So you want to take that unit of 18 gluttons? Go nuts. You can do it, and they can fight in their normal... They can fight in old school coherency. Right? And so they can just be like a big wave of meat. Right? And change the rend of gluttons to -1. They're ogres. They're like 9-10 feet tall and weigh like 400 or 500 pounds. Just, it's cool, man. They're wearing like sharp, spiky stuff all over them. I've seen their clubs. I have an ogre army. They have spiky stuff all over them. I feel rend -1 is justified. I'm okay with it. Let's just do that. And then point some small adjustments down for some units, especially the things that don't get play. Like there are certain units I just couldn't save. Like man-eaters can't be saved without a new book, without a rewrite. But I love the idea of like spread out. I love the idea of the ogres man spreading out over the table.
So, yeah, that's pretty awesome. Don't they have like Noblars and?
Yeah, they have little lookout Noblars. Yeah.
Maybe it's like gotta have the ogre keywords, not just ogre Maw Tribes, but it's got actually the ogre keyword. You can't spread out Noblars everywhere.
Yeah. What about Thunder Tusks? Are you leaving them in the dumpster? Yes, at the moment. Yeah, because I didn't know what to do with them. Because they're a really weird unit. Like, the problem with Thunder Tusks is that, like,
They just need to go
point-wise...
down in points. They like.
Well, the problem is they're
what
still...
are they right now?
They're a little too expensive. They're not incredibly expensive, but they're
See.
a little too expensive. So they would be in my small adjustments down. Absolutely, Thunder Tusks would be in my adjustments down.
Yeah.
It's
The
it's gonna
challenge
be-
with
it's
them
gonna
is
be
they're
hard to
still
make
like
any
10
changes,
dudes,
but-
right? That's the trick. Like, even the Thunder Tusk is still 10 models on an objective, right?
Right.
And even the Thunder Tusk still does its mortal impacts on a 4-up. And so it's really weird to balance them, right? Because if you make them too cheap where they can really be spammed, then they can, like, swarm objectives and play like Sons of Behemoth, which isn't a good playstyle, which I'm going to remove in a few minutes, right?
Sure.
So they're just a tough unit, the Thunder Tusks. Probably the answer is they need to come up, right? Like, they need their abilities up. Honestly, like... You know, maybe their shooting gets better but loses its mortal wounds, but they just, like, you know, have a significant, like, actual output, you know?
Yeah.
Just, like, normal rend shooting, but make it meaningful in some way. That could be a way to fix it, so they're more of, like, the ranged hangy-backy option rather than their current thing. I don't know.
Sure.
I could see lots of different redesigns.
I mean, simplest is just points down, and they'll be
Right. And
more
then
viable.
redo them in the book, yeah. Whenever
Yeah.
we get a new book. Which,
Gut
who knows?
Gutbusters got to come down. That's
Right.
basically the big thing.
Yep. But I just love the idea of, like, ever since they introduced the idea of 18 gluttons, I'm not going to lie, I'm completely enraptured by that idea.
Yeah.
My army is
look at
mostly
them.
Gutbusters and mostly regular old school ogres, and I have a ton of gluttons, and I admit I'm biased. I just want an excuse to actually be able to use 18 gluttons, because right now you can't. It's completely pointless.
It'd be fun.
All right.
Right.
Auric War Clans. Cruel Boys, fix their battle line options, please.
To this day, I do not understand why hobgoblins are not battle line.
Right.
You had the perfect opening for just cheap fodder to throw out and die, and then you just didn't do that.
Yep. Because they're not actually Cruel Boys. They're mercenaries on loan from the Chaos Dwarves. Right? Like, okay. Got it, guys. Sure. They can still be
Don't
battle
care.
line. You know?
Don't care.
Right. But, like, fix these battle line options. Have more battle line options. It should not be Gut Rippas and then the Bolt Boys in Big Yellows, because then obviously it's just instantaneously you go to Bolt Boys and Big Yellows, and it's problematic. Because then you also have a silly fragile battle line, and if somebody can't deal with those shooting units, they get pin cushioned. If they can, you lose. It turns it into this weird coin flip unfun experience. Right? So, like, just come on. Didn't we learn our lesson from KO? It's just shocking to me that we put out Cruel Boys with that terrible battle line situation. Kragnos gains a 5+ ward and an increase in points. Probably up to about 800. Put him at the god level, but give him a 5-up ward.
Yeah. A ward alone would do everything for him.
Yep. Gut Rippas down to 160 and make them always neg 1 to be hit. No bravery nonsense. No ridiculous. That rule is so insanely ridiculous with its triggers. It's funny. This came up on Rob's AOS Monday show because he was talking about an exploration of single rules, which might be worth the whole show on in the future, based on like a discussion that came from one of the designers in the newest White Dwarf. I got to check it out. I haven't read the full article yet.
What was the context? The article was around single
The article
rules?
was saying our goal is for simple war scrolls, for like the majority, for the non-character, non-special war scrolls, we want them to have one special rule. So not counting like champions and musicians and stuff, one special rule. Which I'm fine with, as long as that rule is worthwhile. This is a great example. They used Gut Rippas in that example. Worst possible example. I agree with Rob when he said that.
They have a penchant for doing that.
Right. It's convoluted nonsense. Just their scare shields are super scary. But are they scary to skeletons? Yes. I don't care. They're supernaturally empowered because they are the icon of Gork or Mork or both.
Yep.
You know.
Sure.
So yes, they're scary even as skeletons. They give you neg 1 to be hit. There's so many examples of units that just have neg 1 to be hit. Like, skeletons are apparently fooled by the bright reflections of Shining Company or whatever that's meant to be about, so whatever.
Yeah, it's weird when people get arbitrary about that stuff. Nobody questions why Nurgle can infect bones, but you bring something else and suddenly, oh, it's a problem.
Right. Just they're neg 1 to be hit. Assistant Ref says they nailed the one rule for dragons. That's not the key. The key, I don't actually consider the dragons a counterexample. It should be like magic cards. There's plenty of good magic cards that just have very simple rules. They're called commons. They're the majority of them. Then you go up to uncommons, maybe they have a couple rules, but they're still not super complicated. You get to rares, like what the dragons are, and I understand it's different because blah, 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 blah. But, like, yes, sure, you can have units in your army that have a lot of rules. They represent special units or whatever. Make them expensive, I don't care. But the majority of the art, like, it's a spectrum, man. You know, that's the goal.
Almost made it through an entire show of 4 hours without a magic reference. We almost did it, and you ruined it.
Nope, can't do it. Can't do it.
Can't stop, won't stop.
Can't stop, won't stop. That's right. So anyways, yes, give them neg 1 hit. Mega Bosch on Maw Crusher, up to 530 minimum. Probably more. Rumor is he's going up 70 points or something. I'm fine with it. He's a beast. Like, he needs to go up.
Does anyone here think the idea of 600? Oh, so 480, 650 points?
No, that's too much.
It's
That's
reasonable.
That's too much.
That's crazy. I don't believe that for a minute. The rumor was 70 points. I think somebody misspoke. Like,
okay.
I would totally believe 550.
Like,
And I would think that would fair.
yeah, I'm on board. Like, yeah, on board. It's one of those casual competitive things. Like, folks, we got to learn how to screen, folks. You know, these things are powerful, but my God, there's ways to mitigate mock crushes. And they can whiff. Like, they're built. They've got 7 attacks at -1 rend. That I've been playing these guys a lot, thanks to Vince and Castro. And, like, yeah, you can't take these up too egregiously. It's still a relative constrained number of dice. It's -1 rend most of the time, except once per game. Like, yeah. Mostly the cabbage itself is -2 rend. I get that, but
sure. But yeah,
that's my spiel. Yeah,
530, 550, somewhere in that range, I'm happy with. I got no issues.
Yeah.
It needs to go up. It's too cheap right now. And then the pigs, either remove the neg 2 rend and move them to probably 170, sadly, or move them to 200.
Sure.
So, what do you guys think the point differential needs to be between brutes and pigs? Brutes to be sufficiently attractive. Is it plus 20 or is it plus 30? Meaning we'll keep -2 rend on pigs.
Yeah, sure.
I think it's like minimum 20, but I wonder if it's actually 30. So, like, if brutes are 160, these things got to be 190.
I think it's minimum 30, man, at least. I really do.
30? Okay.
And
I go higher.
I really want them to get rid of the neg 2 rend. Like, I'll be honest with you. My real honest fix is just get rid of this.
Get rid of it. Sure.
Okay?
Yeah.
It's too good.
They had the perfect balance between these 3 units and their roles. And then because something was named the same, they decided to ruin their beautiful, perfect baby. Okay? It's just
It was the weirdest, most arbitrary change.
Right, exactly. Like, unwind that. It's an FAQ edition anyways. It's the easiest thing. Remove it from the FAQ. Like, literally just do the strike-through text over it and say, this has been removed.
Oh.
It would be so easy. Like, guys, why? Because then you had good internal balance, and then you kicked it right in the teeth.
Because plus 20, if brutes are 160 right now, pigs at 180 is not enough if you're maintaining that -2 rend. Like, and you might be right, man. Like, that it is such a big difference in the role between those 2 units. That mobility with that punch, it's enormous. So, yeah.
Yep. Assistant Ref said they could change the rend on Heart Render at the same time again. I agree. Let's just keep it going. Every FAQ, Marathi gets a new rend. Maybe this time it'll be like 0 or neg 3. Who knows? Could be anything.
It could be positive.
Right. She gets a +1 rend. Everybody save his +1 against her. She automatically grants a +1 bonus to save.
Oh, that's the thought of the night right there. Oh my God.
So yeah, this is what I want to see for Oryx. You'll notice there's no Bone Splitters changes in here because I didn't know what to do with Bone Splitters. Like, and clearly neither did GW.
It's it's one of those so trashed here, rewrite the damn book, even though it came out 2 months ago.
Yeah, like, you're familiar with demotivators, like the offices have the motivational posters, and then there's the demotivators, which are like the opposite of it. They say like really, like sort of disheartening things on them. I used to have, when I worked in an office, I had them hanging in my cube, and there was one that was like a guy running on a mountain, and there was a lady running like way in front of him in the mountain, and it said and the word was like endurance, and then it said, "It's over, man. Just let her go." And I'm like, that's Bone Splitters for me right there. Just, it's probably over. But I would love it if they resurrected Bone Splitters. Just like, it feels unjust. Honest answer. Right? It should just be like, yeah, whatever. It's too much to do. Unwind, I guess, is probably the easiest answer. All right.
And, okay.
Sons of Behemoth. Last one.
Yeah. Y'all been waiting for.
What we've all been waiting for. Rules. I am going to fix Mightier Makes Rightier, I think. This is my attempt. I have seen 100 people saying change it to be their wounds or their or a value on their wound chart or something like that.
Damage table,
Yeah, okay. I've seen lots of call for that. Either like their wounds remaining or a thing that's on their damage chart or whatever. I don't like that change at all. And the reason I don't like that change is because it does not in any way fundamentally alter the way the army plays, and in fact will make it play worse. Everything you hate will be magnified. If I knew that keeping my giant in combat would reduce his objective count, I will retreat him every chance I get, period. I will never swing a weapon unless you force me to. Like when you charge me. I will retreat every turn, period. I will never stay in combat. I don't care what I'm fighting. I don't care how much I think I could kill it. I will simply retreat. And I will go and I will stand on the objective.
Right. That's how that works out.
Because that's the incentive, folks. You like the trick with it is if you incentivize me to not be wounded, great. I will do everything in my power to not be wounded. And I will play an even worse game of standing still, retreating, and not engaging in playing the game.
Falling back 3.1 inches.
Right. Every time. Every time. Right? So that's a bad change because that's the terrible play style. So instead, let's change Mightier Makes Rightier to some way it should have worked originally. What do we want this army to do? We want it to be fighting, right? Like to be playing Warhammer.
Right.
Right? Like that should be the thing. And Warhammer generally means I take my toys and go fight your toys and then someone wins. Okay? Not I stand around. So we're going to make it so standing around does nothing. Right?
Sure.
So Mightier Makes Rightier. Change to when contesting an objective. If a man crush a Gargant unit charged or slayed any models this turn. You could, by the way, put a number on that. You could cause a certain amount of damage even if you wanted to. Like, it's fine. But they had to fight or charge and fight, right? Then they count as 10. When contesting an objective, if a Mega Gargant unit charged or slayed any models this turn, it counts as 20. In all other instances, it's treated as a normal monster. Core rules.
So what do you think about 10 models baseline for the bigs? And keep the 5 monster core rules baseline for smalls.
I could see number changes too. Like if we're gonna screw with the numbers too much, I'd want to see their damage float a little bit up or down or something like that, right? Because honestly, like other than the Gatebreaker, giants actually don't do much damage, right?
Because part of this I'm thinking about, like they go into Nagash or Archeon.
Yeah, sure. They go in, that's exactly the point. Yeah, when they go into big models like that, they're going to suddenly revert to 5, right? And like
should
against
they
another
be
model,
5?
if they don't slay somebody, they revert to 5.
Right. Should it be 5 or should it be 10 to give them that advantage against those
No, I think that
pieces?
like
I think it
that's my
should.
point. Like,
Mhm.
so they go against Archeon. They go up against Archeon on objective, right? What happens right now? They walk onto the objective. They're never going to fight Archeon. They're just going to walk and toe in, and instantly
Sure.
they steal it from Archeon, right?
Mhm.
No fun. Opposite of fun.
Sure.
Okay. In this scenario, they'd have to charge Archeon, and then sure they'd take it from him that turn, right? But when it rolls to the next turn, if they fail to kill Archeon, which by the way is the modal outcome, right?
Right.
Then Archeon and him both count as 5. Now Archeon can't steal it alone,
Yeah.
right? But Archeon can
That's
also
interesting.
chop the giant down. And if
Yeah.
the slaves player has one other model anywhere that toes
Mhm.
onto the objective, he instantly takes it back because now
Yeah.
he's just counting as 5, right? And look, I'm not going to say this is the perfect rule, all right? But my point is, if we're going to change the rule, we need it to change to something like this,
Yeah,
Sure.
something offense.
where the point is they come stomping in, and it's like they claim the objective because they're these huge, monstrous humanoids, right? Like they're thinking sentient giant beings that just walk in and be like, "This is mine now. What are you going to do about it?" Right? And that's the concept, right? But that should mean they're fighting, and when they get in there and fight, they should be terrifying. Honestly, Tyler, I would love to see the numbers move down, and then make it so their damage goes up, so they're actually now really, really incentivized to fight, right? They want to
Yeah,
get in there
you.
and play and play some damage, and they're not just
Some
Yeah.
Skybrand treatment.
yeah.
Yeah. Because we've kind of skipped ahead. Didn't touch on you and I have discussed, and Alice, I'm not sure your view on this. Giants are on a downward trend, or more on a downward trend than otherwise. They're not really stabilized in terms of the meta. I mean, a number of people have shifted over to War Clans, Iron Jaws, but in general, meaning that we have quite a few armies in tournaments that can pass the DPS check. So I think Giants are at this point right now where they're, in terms of the meta competitively, they're quote unquote fine. From a casual standpoint, they're a nightmare.
Yeah, it's our assessment, and this was a couple months ago, was that they were a gatekeeper army. They tended to get a lot of 4-1s or 3-2s because they demolish their first few opponents, and then they'd go up against the real top tier list and just get pushed off. Because those armies could pass the DPS check. And as the months have gone on, though, more armies are going in being like, well, you're probably going to fight at least one Sons of Behemoth list, so
That's
come with a list that's able to handle that DPS check. And so as it's no longer a surefire thing, you're going to see less of them. That tends to be how that shakes out, and I think as more books come out and ideally more armies get powerful, it's going to diminish the power of Sons of Behemoth. I think we're going to see them go down. It's just that I think just from a mechanical standpoint, they're not very fun. They're fun to play, but not fun to be on the other side of. I think it's toxic, but not because they win all the time, which is an interesting problem.
Completely agree. Yeah, I think that's their big challenge, right? They're very toxic to casual players, and a lot of it is because they can just sort of win games by existing, which is silly, right? So I'm trying to correct that in some way. But yeah, I agree.
Conceptually, it's cool, so we shouldn't get rid of it. We should find a way to make it work.
Yep. And to me, this feels like this kind of thing. Again, I'm not claiming that I received some kind of like, vision from above, right? That this is like the perfect incarnation of this rule. But something like this where it's forcing them to be active is the way you actually fix this army. So they can't just stand around. They can't just hold. They can't just rely on towing in on objectives, right? They've got to go play the game and fight you and start killing things or fight, to actually engage. And when they're not doing that, they're simply just monsters because they're just standing around. No scarier or different than any other monster.
Sure.
Conceptually, yeah, man, this makes a ton of sense to me. We have to get in the details and play test it. And does the damage need to increase on some of these war scrolls? If you're not doing that, do the points need to go down on some of these things? You'd have to play around with the details. But yeah, conceptually, this makes a ton of sense.
Yep.
It would certainly be a better experience for everybody involved.
Right. So, and like, oh, Meph said, and a couple of people have mentioned the objective kicking and the nonsense that can happen there. Yeah, I'm fine with messing around with the kicking as well. Like, it's whatever. Like, sure, like you can change it. I'm good. Like, it's, I'm perfectly fine with messing with the objective kicking so that like certain things can't be kicked or whatever. Honestly, I wouldn't care at all if they like. It is a very unique and interesting rule, but it ends up just being like, it ends up having a lot more downside than upside. I would be fine if they just didn't do it because an objective isn't a real thing. Like, why can this one type of giant kick this thing, but every other monster in the world can't, and every other person can't interact with objectives? And gave them just a different rule. I would be super okay with it. I don't think the objective kicking is adding to the game more than it's acting as a negative. Like, maybe you couldn't kick prime objectives at all, or that wouldn't actually solve everything because some of the scenarios don't have primes and are still problematic. But there's directions. My point is, I'm not married to the kicking in any way.
Right.
Yeah.
That would certainly help with Savage Gains, which is one of the most problematic. I'd be actually curious to see Rob's data if that backs it up, if they're kicking butt on Savage Gains, which they should be. But yeah, if you did that on that, because obviously 2 prime objectives are the ones in each deployment, the 2 in the middle, you can burn, you could kick them. But that would help things out a lot there. And get rid of the ability for them to change the rules of the game in a particular mission. It's like Apex Predators, where they, at the start of the round, they get to pick what kind of objective game are we playing here.
All of that is so literally nonsense.
It's terrible. Yeah.
Yeah, I hate all of that. Get rid of that. Like, yep. Nope. So there you go. The coach, it's probably a little of both, honestly. He said, is the kicking issue or the point value change the issue? It's probably a little of both. In your example, it's definitely the point value change. In some of the others, it's not. Okay, so there you go. That's what we would hope to see. Yeah, we'll see what happens. How much did we get right? Probably not much, but hey.
How mad did we make all of you?
There you go.
I'm okay with all that. I hope people saw some stuff in here they liked. This is the kind of stuff I'd like to see them take a swing at with the data, with the balance change. Again, none of these are going to fix these armies completely or perfectly balance the meta. I wasn't so foolish enough to think that. And I don't think that could be done through what this is. But I wanted to give everybody, especially the lower tier people, some real love. And I wanted to kneecap the Sinister Six. Right? And then and make it so there's a lot more a lot more interesting stuff going on. A lot of people are saying force them to run not just megas. I guess. I don't know. I hate a lot of people hate the giants. Like I would rather the army could, like, you have to understand, as a Sons of Behemoth player, I am, one, admitting that the army plays poorly and is too powerful, but 2, also saying I don't like running the little baby giants very much, and the big giants are super cool and they're a cool model, and and it seems neat to let people play with their toys. It's just, I'd more rather say let's make it so the 4 megas aren't a horrible experience rather than let people not play with their toys in that way. It's a very tight army already, so my goal would be get rid of the bad experiences against all megas and fine, right?
On the babies, I don't know if you had it in the slide with the new version, but we talked about how the babies should probably have the elite keyword finally.
Sure,
sure.
It's so insane that they don't, but yes, that might be a good trade if we're going to be forced to take a unit of these morons. But I think a 4 mega army is a cool army. It's a neat concept. It's a neat idea to be able to do that. It just needs to be not a nightmare, awful experience to play against. That's what I want.
Let's have fun. We're here to have fun.
Right. Like, I don't want to, I'm trying not to reconstruct people's armies other than to expand their choices, not limit. So, yep. Because most armies in the game don't have 2 units, would be my answer, John. Okay. So, all right. Well, there we go. Tell you what, folks, there it is. We'll see how much we were right. 4-hour show. My goodness, what a run! But we did it. Alice, thank you for being absolute trooper.
It was a pleasure. I had so much fun.
You for your first time on the show, boy, did you just right into the fire with this show. But thank you. You were an awesome sport.
It's only off by
appreciate it.
an hour and a half, Alice. Just almost nailed it.
It was quite all right.
Thank you.
For
I
all
had
of
a
you out there
blast.
watching, thank you so much. This was great.
Yeah.
Lots of lots of people had some really, really great suggestions, good thoughts, good feedback from everybody. I really liked watching the commentary tonight. There were a lot of people with some really, really awesome thoughts that did help me really even evolve my thinking. Now we got to see. Hopefully, the next couple weeks. It's now December, so it could happen any day. It could be tomorrow. Here we go.
They GW never gives a heads up, so remain
Yep.
vigilant.
It's just going to happen. So we'll see. But for all of you out there watching, thank you so much for watching. We really appreciate it. Hit that like button. Subscribe if you didn't already. Check out the links in the description. Alice regularly writes for Goonhammer under Ragnarok Angel. Go check it out. For all of you, thank you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. As always, we'll see you next Wednesday.
Bye, everyone.